Prana, stay into center. Breathing out. Doing my breathing exercise. And it's a good thing. It's always good to breathe. Do your breathing exercise. What up, yo? Welcome to the Killah Priest Podcraft. I am your host, Killah Priest, the Iron Sheik from the Middle East. I'm almost there, so prepare, say peace. And running the rocket is none other than A.D.A. Dizzle.
Yo, what's good? Welcome back. It's going to be a wild show. Let's go. You already know.
Oh. Let's shout out to... we have the Oracle in the building, Coach Kandaka in the building. Peace. Welcome to the KPP Podcraft. We are about to blast off into another. We have Benny Blockage. That's an originator, architect. You know what I'm saying? Voltage is in the building. Shout out to Voltage. He says, we are back in the whip, taking the trip around the cosmos in the Podcraft. We're about to blast off there. You never lied about that today. We're about to go in. Let me send a couple of shout-outs. Stan CIC, you said big up, Killah. Cover Boy is in the building. Got a shout-out, Cover Boy. He's speaking in Spanish. He said, Dimedichos, is that, I don't know, is it African or Spanish? Espito, and the quick, good goalies. It went up too quick. Miriam, good-looking Miriam is in the building. Miriam, Moses, she put 99 on it. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for that. Alexander LC says, peace to the Podcraft. Ghosts FF. Yo. Shout out to the Pizzeria Podcraft, no doubt. Kenneth Miller. Rockets and arrows. We're headed for a destination today. It's going to be incredible. The regalia is right. The mind is right. AD, are you ready to blast off?
Yeah.
Today, it's going to be a special day, yo. We got some time, though. We're going to let it marinate. Set the mood, the scenery. You know, you did a good backdrop. What?
It's still rendering.
Okay.
I'll get it up there soon.
Yeah. Yeah. Take us in that good place. Yeah. How was your weekend?
Good. I just did my taxes.
Did your tax? No doubt. That's what I mean. It's that time, yo.
Yeah, man. I had to do that.
Here they
all
come.
day yesterday.
Yeah, here they come. I'm a little late, but I'll be doing mine in a minute.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they come in the mail. How many y'all did y'all? Oh yeah, that's what y'all doing, your taxes. Mm-hmm. Gotta render Caesar what Caesar's. You know, that's what they say. And speaking of that, we have to elevate on deeper levels after doing that, because doing LLCs and other type of business, it's always good. We had shout out to K9. He was here last time. It got kind of it was dope. Freestyles and everything was a beautiful thing for that brother to come through. Yeah. And that was magic. You know what I mean? Okay. Shalom to Captain Tazariak. Okay. Hit me up just now. Shout out to that brother. Word. He's gonna be on the Podcraft soon. Cover Boy. He said that bird song is shipwreck pirate on the G.I. Joe. Okay, let me see. So I'm gonna get. They coming in. His energy is on fire right now. Shout out to Captain Tazariak. He has a debate coming up against Malik Zulu Shabazz, April 2nd. Make sure y'all attend that. And shalom to that brother. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for tuning in. So with Malik Zulu Shabazz, April 2nd. Don't miss it. It's going to be a debate for the debates. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's going to be incredible. Okay, let me get back to where I was at. Yeah. All right. Somebody, K9 was, it was beautiful for him to come through. A lot of things was going on over the weekend. I went out and I saw my man DJ from Guam, yo. We had a great time. Guam, shout out to Guam. Let me get him. Shout out to Mossy, the Cold Crew, Tree, everybody that was there. And we went on a boat. We went on a boat, yo. We had a great sail. And I sent it to you. I'm gonna do it. My Patreon is gonna be on. My Patreon is up there.
Yeah.
This time. Okay. On my Patreon, I'm gonna show it, but I'm gonna show a little piece of it now. So when y'all go to it, and for everybody new coming in, I want to say peace to you. For everyone new that's coming into the Killah Peace Podcraft, what we do over here. Man, my phone is going off. Oh, Captain Cesariak hit me up, man. I feel special right now. Shout out to Minister Inky, too. Shout out to Knowledge Born. Word. We're gonna get that done soon. You know what I mean? Shout out to Knowledge Born. Before I go into some of these proverbs, I'm just gonna all right, so I'm gonna tell y'all a little bit about the trip when I went out there. I'll tell y'all a little bit. The rest is gonna be on my Patreon. It was fantastic. End up going to a tea house out there too. They took me to a tea house. This sister had her things lovely, AD. It was off the hook. Her name is Kelly, and it's called Artisan. Artisan. It's a play on words. My project is Artisan. It's Art and Zen, so Artisan. That's why she said it. And it's the landing. Yo, this layout of this joint was so dope. I'm gonna hit you with a little bit of AD so you can show them.
All right.
I'm gonna show you me drinking tea real quick. And we was burning sage. See how as y'all come in the building. The rocket is building up. Yo, and you know what? I can breathe now because when I was on the water, he trying to hit Mojito. Shout out to Mojito. He's in the building too. You got him any catnip?
Yeah, I'll get him some later.
Yeah. You gotta get him high. Keep him high.
Yeah.
Happy in here wilding. All right, so I'll send you a picture of the tea house that they took me to. And I'm gonna send you a couple more. On my Patreon, I'm gonna talk more exclusive on it, but it was incredible, yo. We did purity. Pure. If anybody know that, that's me throwing it up. What's that in my hand? That right there would be a big sage stick. So yeah, I think I'm smoking a big spliff.
Yeah, I wouldn't smoke that, but you just playing.
Yeah. It was like I was writing in the air, but look at my left hand. Is that my right hand? I don't know. Yeah, right there. So that's the tea cups, and we sat there and we drunk tea for 4 hours, yo. 4 hours we getting in there with them little teacups. It was like this. No sugar, AD.
That's too bad.
No honey. Come on, man.
Oh,
Yeah, the real. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something. Grandmasters. We said some to the grandmasters out there. You know what I'm saying? The real tea cats out there.
Nice and bitter.
Yeah, they saying, yo, we heard what you said. They heard what you said. You know what I mean? So they said they're gonna come see you.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. They're gonna pour you some tea without honey.
Oh, that's too bad.
You don't mix your honey. Okay. Oh man, Tazariak is in the building. Man, I'm feeling special today, man. Oh man, shout out, shalom to that brother, man. Oh, Tazariak. Captain Tazariak, y'all know him. He took on numerous, him and Brother Polite, the famous battle on there. That was classic, you know. I got an upcoming debate with Malik Zulu Shabazz, April 2nd in Harlem. That's going to be incredible. Okay, brother, we see you in the building. KP, hurry up and drink the tea. You falling asleep. Now I'm up. We're going to do the tea ceremony in a minute. Dane Callaway is coming to the show tonight. He's got a lot of information that he want to hit on. A lot of information you haven't even heard before. We're all over the place. Let's get centered. Let's get centered. Focus. You know what I mean? That's the problem. We don't be centered. We be all over the place. Distractions. You know what I mean? Distractions be all over the place, and then you can't find your niche, your center to hone in, to get your job done, to get the thing that your purpose. Sticking to your purpose, your goal, what you was set out to do. Staying focused, diligent. That's what they say. Diligent. Expert word right there. Y'all make sure y'all keep that. The Bird song, acting great skills. Thank you, my brother. We played a lot of new stuff last time, and we're going to do an exclusive today. We're going to leak something from upcoming album, Horoscope. And it's going to, see how y'all take it. AD did that. We're going to let the building, are you ready to go already? Nah, not yet. We'll just build it up. All right, I'm going to say a couple of things. Tazariak is in the building. We got to line up. Oh, yeah, we're going to line up. Shout out to, we got King Genocide. He says, what up? We agree on what we agree on. Okay, it's on in the building. I see Jody Southworth is in the building. She says, Sawu, peace. It's the focus of all things. Focus like a swarm of locusts. That's Triple JC. Yeah, we're going to link up, brother. We definitely going to link up. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to say this. Okay, it says, it's not what you look at that matters. It's what you see. It's not what you look at that matters. It's what you see. How you see that, AD?
Okay.
You don't got nothing to build on that?
No, I need more.
It's not what you look at is not what you look at that matters, what you see. It means, I'll take it like, it's not looking at face value. Is when you see it inside your mind, because the mind eye is deeper than what you see on the surface. It's almost like don't judge the book by the cover. And because you can see with your idea. Idea has an eye on it also. So the idea is what you see in your subconscious. That's why everything that's surface is always deeper than just what you see at the surface. When you dive into it, you'll find out when you go into things, instead of just scaving the surface, a lot of people just like to deal at the top surface. But the deeper you get into it, the more information you get to get to. Just like looking at a tree. You don't ever notice the roots because you can't see the roots. But the roots is just moving things out the way, sucking up all the nutrients. All the minerals in the ground is going into the roots. All the information going to the roots. Comes out through the tree into a fruit or a vegetable with beautiful colors on it. But you don't see the work of the magnificent. What you don't see is the great work that's being done in the cosmic zone. So I see it like that. So it's not what you see that matters. I mean, let me get this again. So I see it as, it's not what you look at that matters. It's what you see. And seeing is coming from the internal you. That's how I see it. I like to just build on things, not on surface. You know? Okay, I'll do another one. Man will open your mind. No, I don't want that one. Should have my man book. It says the eyes are useless when the mind is blind. All right, AD, you got to take this one. You see anything on that?
Eyes are useless when the mind is blind. Yeah, so if your mind can't see it and understand it, then it's useless. Makes sense.
Plain and simple. So you don't have to add on to it. It's just plain and simple. It's like that. Stay open-minded. Things aren't, okay, I like this one. Stay open-minded. Things aren't always what they seem to be. I'm going to say that again. Stay open-minded. Things aren't always what they seem to be. A lot of times we close things off. And we be blocking our own growth, our own blessings, because we're not open-minded enough to receive. We take things that we've been taught for so long as stock, rather than opening up our own imagination to allow our minds to be free in order to grow. It's just like soil moving out the way so the roots can move and the rain can come through. I'm on a tree thing right now. A lot of things with the trees right now. How y'all see it? KP, bring your brother Dane. Okay, bring in brother Dane. We got to wait for Dane. You know what I mean? We can't rush him. As soon as he comes, he's going to come on. I love to see the agents. LOL, Dane, keep your head. Okay. Don't block your spiritual blessings. Thank you, bro. That's it. Man, Dane got him coming in. I'm waiting on Dane Callaway to talk about the more. Okay, it's going to be incredible. Christopher says, what's up? Where Yakub at? I don't know what that means. What's the password to the courtyard? Right now, I'm just throwing things out there to get y'all mind rolling. Because if you stuck in that's what I was talking about, being stuck in one way. Just one way. There's different avenues. And you can't block. It's like a traffic jam. You know what I'm saying? You can't block the traffic. You want to be able to flow straight through so you can get to your destination. It's like a freeway. Life is like a freeway. People will move in spaces, get in front of you, but you got to have your blinkers on. Sometimes you got to throw your lights on, bright lights. And the whole key about driving is watching others drive. You know what I mean? You got to keep your eye on the road. Somebody said the road to success. You know what I mean? There's different ways of seeing the road up ahead. I'm just doing these things just to open up the mind, man, open up the floor. I'm looking for y'all too to help out. Callaway trying to spot us from getting reparations. Nah, man. He said a lot of deep stuff. And a lot of y'all got to open up. And, he'll be here to build on it. So I'm gonna save that for him. Your future is only as bright as your mind is open. Think about that. I sound like Bruce Lee a little bit. Your future is only as bright as your mind is open. Open your mind to all possibilities and believe. Open your mind before your mouth. That's a deep one. Keep your mind open to opportunities. They are closer than you think. You see, I'm already ready. Daily Bills and Tail. Yeah, let's get this brewed up. Hold on. Yeah, you can go ahead. Open your mind, my friends. We all fear what we do not understand. And it takes time to understand. Open your eyes, open your mind, open your heart. Shout out to Braveheart Hawk 333, said, KP, were you related to ODB? I asked because he's Shinnecock. Well, we all related in some ways. You know what I'm saying? Gotta say that. We all related in some ways. Yeah, definitely. He's the Shinnecock. Demetrius said, read a book. Yeah, definitely. That's what we don't do. Practice is reading. It became whack now. Nobody reads anymore. It's all about a dopamine releasing. You know, you get, like I always say, you grab that channel changer or remote control. Netflix is always on. And you just sit there and you just let you could be doing something incredible, but you just watch season 1 and 2, and next thing you know, you're on season 3. Before you know it, you're season 7 in. Chips, popcorn. You know what I'm saying? All of that stuff adds on when you could have been taking that time and putting that time into yourself, to ourselves. Just buying time for the great Dane Callaway to come through. But setting up the stage, man. We gotta really look into these things. We do not see things as they are. We see things as we are. Got to be able to relate to it. If we can't relate it, we on skates now. Not comfortable. Sometimes it's good to be uncomfortable. You grow in the uncomfortable ways. At the gym, you're not comfortable. Okay. Notice one. You could break this down. An intelligent man will open your mind. A handsome man will open your eyes. And a gentleman will open your heart. That's for the ladies or something. A handsome man will open up your eyes, and a gentleman will open up your heart. Meaning you gotta be just a cool person. I'll take that as you. An intelligent man will open your mind, but a handsome man will open your eyes. I guess where you dress for the occasion, where you look, present yourself. You don't go to a meeting looking crazy. You know what I'm saying? If you want the job, if you want anything in life, you gotta look up the par to get it. You can't just look anyway when you're gonna try to get a chick or a mate, some type of, or a girl trying to get a guy or her mate, you know? One girl said one time, I adorn myself. You gotta adorn yourself and take that in consideration. A mind open to alternative. Perception is a mind aligned with love. That's beautiful. Let me say that again. A mind open to alternative. Perception is a mind aligned with love. A mind open to alternative. It's heavy right there. Divine unique, peace to the gods. I saw that Jody. Jody wanted me to set up a husband. Said adorn or adore. No, it's adorn. I mean, that's for Jody. I couldn't hear. Okay, was the cat tail? Mind, body, and spirit, 3 stills. We got 574 in here. Should we just go to that music? Hit it with the video?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. It's not a video, but it's a leak. We're gonna leak something from Horoscope right now. And we'll rap a taste about it. Word, after this, I'm gonna get my tea ready. AD has set y'all up. It's called 13. Y'all get ready. Exclusive new stuff.
Pour it up, pour it up.
Long pours. Here we go, yo.
I shovel the grave, pull a suit off the body, fitted on mine, Judgment Day Illuminati, light a rose petal cigarette. I take a puff, then I pluck, I'm that raw devil's biggest threat. I stare at the judge till he flared with blood. I was unprepared, she was here for the drugs. Beware the grudge, bodies cut up, underwear on the rugs. Mollies and such, gold chandeliers above. The blades are spinning slower and slower. I fade into a coma, it's over. I wake up, blood everywhere, head in my hand. Looks like the work of a madman, gone insane. Bodies on her springs, haunted things. Then her alarm rings. I got up, Dragged a corpse, the head was off. Only if the dead could talk. And with no camera support, I leave it to dreadful thoughts. She was a woman of the cloth. He was a man of the cross. Part of the 10%. They weren't innocent. They were poisoning the ignorant and the lost. Till they both got caught and felt my force. No remorse. I'm in the tabernacle. It's raining outside the stained glass windows. The one with the head of a jackal and dark sands has crystals. Who wrote these epistles? The one with the KP initial. My blade be official. It ripped through a tissue. Since a baby, the doc said there may be some issues. Never laugh and tickle. Psychopath. My stare was cold as icicle. I never disappoint when I said I will get you. Now I'm behind you with the scalpel when it drizzle. For months I let the beef pickle. Now I'm on a train through Spain while the detectives try to solve the riddle. This Adam apple had no seeds in the middle. To the detectives, never believe what you see, just a little. You might have thought you glanced at me in the stadium as the referee blows the whistle. Then on mountain skis, know I'm following you home, holding a pistol. As you pull out your keys, I sneak up behind you real slow. Put the gun to his spine, horror run through his mind. You been looking for me, let's go. He wakes up along the ride, it's been a long drive. I told him I knew you a long time. You was just a pawn on the wrong side. We pulled up to a gate, I made a push in the cold. The gates opened up, a bunch of cars on the lawn. Time for them all to die. There was a statue of an owl. I blindfolded them, we went inside.
Are you from Silo, Minnesota?
Why, yes.
Do you know the Lakeview House?
Oh, the little hotel down on the Deerfield Road.
Where they make those wonderful pies.
My goodness. How do you know about it?
I did an article. My name is Dane Callaway. I work for the Travelers Review.
Oh, how nice. Moselle Beecher.
That's a beautiful crystal.
It came from Sedona. Oh, I'll bet you're here for the convention.
What convention?
Crystals.
No, I don't know anything about it.
Oh, I'm surprised it's the biggest one in the country. You know, it would make a wonderful article for your magazine.
Maybe it would.
Here you are, Miss Beecher, the key to 871, and your room is ready.
Will you be checking in with us, ma'am?
Yes, I will. Hello, I'm Elaine Callaway.
Oh, yes, Miss Callisher. We've been expecting you.
Yo, that right there is 13. You know what I mean? Let me just say this.
And it's track 13 also.
It is track 13? Oh, you put that together. Oh, shoot. See, we work as one. It's crazy. No doubt, man. Shout out to everybody out there, man. Aurora, thank you, man. S2K, yo, man, gave me nothing but flames. Dave Flores, always flames, man. Yo, y'all inspired me to keep going, man. It's going to be crazy. Super Danny Salinas gave it rockets. Yo, man, everything is adding up. Adding up. The mathematics is rolling in. Blessings, man. Bombs. Yeah, I think we got something on our hands with this. We supposed to have dropped this during Halloween, but things didn't work out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes we look at the heavens, and sometimes it's good to drop it on certain days and stuff like that. But I think everything add up now, so it should be right. Y'all got me hyped, man. All right, that's showing mad love. Let me read something else, okay? Music is the strongest form of magic. This is by Marilyn Manson said that. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I agree with that. I would say it's one of the strongest forms. I don't know if it's the strongest form, but I would say it's one of them.
Music is the strongest form of magic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what Marilyn said. Yeah. Oh, you said not the. What you think?
I think many things can be magic. Words can be magic. Video can be magic. A photo can be magic.
Yeah. All right. I gotta agree.
Yeah.
But he over there wilding.
He's
man.
hiding behind the curtain over there.
Yeah. Shout out to Mojito, man. Check this out. Music is the answer. I don't remember the question. That's by music reading. Okay, music is the answer. I don't remember the question. That's kind of corny. It was dope, right? Mm-hmm. Still felt that. I like this one. Music is the greatest communication in the world. even if people don't understand the language, they still know good music when they hear it. Thank you, Lou Ross. That's my Lou Ross. You're never fine. Someone who loves you. Stringer, shout out to Stringer. Music is quickening art. Ooh, like that. No, I listen to music to straighten my mood sometimes and to remember things too. I don't always listen to rap music, but I just like good music. And if it's rap music that's good, then I'm listening to that music. So sometimes I like to read quotes on things that make you remember. Because music to me makes you remember times, settings, loved ones, life, memories. That's what I say. Reggae make you feel good. You fight over reggae and Afro beats. You need to pick up the Afro beats too. Afro beats gets like clean. I don't know. It's just like like you step in. It's just real clean and mature, real mature. Music claims. Oh, shout out to Stringer once again. He said, "Music calms the savage beast." I do believe that. Yeah, because sometimes you get wild. That's why I'm doing a horoscope. It's another side. You know? Well, you know how we came in. Man, shout out to the whole grave diggers. RZA, Shabazz, Fruit Quan, or the great Poetic, man. Grim Reaper. R.I.P. to Poetic. And definitely Mr. Slime, Mr. Sims, and Paul, Prince Paul. It's great days, man. I listened to Coltrane. Shout out to Vinny Blockage is going through. Official Cover Boy. You got one on there. Just play Cover Boy joint. I think it's what is it, Ishtar? Yeah, it's Ishtar. You got one on there? If y'all got any questions, that's right. Thank you, Coach. So if you have any questions, y'all can always hit the super chat. We still waiting on Dane to come through, so I got a message. We will link up. Oh, the cat? Yeah, you got AD's gonna go spray the cat. No doubt. Okay. Nah, you gotta give him some what's in there. You gotta give him some nip. Yeah. Okay, I got a couple of more things I want to read. Before I start talking about DJ Quam being out there with him, it was always dope. Okay, we read that. Music is the strongest form of magic. Marilyn Manson, he getting mad props. Okay, let's read another one. And we got two in here. I mean, it's hard to find things, man, but you can, if you look around, you can find things. Under the influence of good music is always good. There's construction going on.
It's a divine science.
I like that. Mm-hmm. I like that, divine science. That's true. I'll tell y'all personally. I mean, I'll tell y'all a story. I mean, music is a divine science. I could see that because sometimes when I listen to like Sun Ra, mm-hmm. and you can just watch some of his show, his movies, it kind of like take you there. You know what I mean? The stuff he was on. You know what I mean? He was wearing a big. He had the big pharaoh hat. You know what I'm saying? He was far out. You know what I mean? He was just going there. Quincy Jones, another great guy.
Yeah.
Great. Quincy Jones is like the greatest producer. How many of y'all agree with that? Know that.
That's why a lot of songs and even albums can give you a sense of astral projection to where you close your eyes and it kind of takes you somewhere. A lot of your albums do that too. And that's why it's good that you have such a theme going on with your albums, because You can create an atmosphere. You know what I mean? Like Lord Sun is an atmosphere. You close your eyes and every song is in this other world. Or other dimension. Yeah. You know what I mean?
I'm really excited. Thank you, brother.
Yeah,
Thank you for
I'm
that
just
one.
noticing. It's just an observation.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Thank you for that one.
That's the ability of music to just take you somewhere else. You know what I mean?
I feel that way. I'm ready to play another one now. Ishtar. This was produced by Coverboy. I think it's that. Ishtar. It's real short, to the point. Word. Big up to the shout out to Hush. Is that Hush Kingpin? Oh, shut up, the Hush Nation. Somebody said GZ Vaporwave, AD on point tonight. Always, man. AD, stay on point. You know what I mean? He probably could tell us he was telling us about a little bit of astrology till my man come in. You know what I mean? Sun Ra, Fela Kuti. Yeah, Fela, y'all already know. He just went into a zone. Him, Curtis Mayfield. There's two Marvin Gayes to me. Marvin Gaye, the crazy Marvin Gaye. I want to call Marvin Gaye crazy, but his mind just like he went to a prophet zone. Like when he did What's Going On. He went into this like magical state. What's going on? Word. Shout out, yeah. Yo. Shout out to K9 in the building. K9. Ishtar, let's get it. Come on, let's go there.
I tend to meet Ishtar, fish god, Swiss cards. She sung a note high pitch, every eye lift, wrist from guitars. Her hair was thick as she stared into the audience, which for her was a bit large. A room full of politics and big stars, toothpicks and caviar. The room was thick and lit up with cigars. They had nuts and Ritz, drinks were mixed at the bar. I'll take a vodka and a spritz as she sits with no bra. Cigarette on her lips as the bartender picks out a jar. Twist a lemon. She take a sip, leave a tip, then we dip to the dance floor. They put a groove on. She swung me, then sung me a new song. In the house of shadows, this woman from Babel had me from the ballroom to the dungeon of a castle. I bear witness to the coming of the absolute taboo. I'm in prison here for over 1 million years, now like 1 trillion years. I should've known when I kept winning bets. Strange women sex, spinning checks, success. For months the same meal, toast salad with vinaigrette. I don't even smoke, and every morning I had a cigarette. That's when she approached me in a linen dress, see-through with fishnets. Her hair was twisted with cherry barrettes, lips wet. You ready, my pet? Heavy eye test. She says, look, I'ma raise the dead and bring them up to overrun the earth and eat the living. Never disregard, my name is Ishtar. I came here to feast on children. I'm queen of the demon, I'm here for your semen. I woke up screaming, barely breathing. Was I just dreaming? Nightmare, black moon, white chair, a fat moon right there. It's 3:33 a.m. Pagan, hallelujah, amen, glory, glory. Jezebel, that is real, Gilgamesh, gatekeepers, snake creatures, fate speakers of the planet risk gods, our secret meeting with Ishtar. We rish Kagal's kingdom in splendid dress, only to be compelled at each of 7 gates to shed a piece of her regalia. Finally, Anana falls naked and powerless before Rish Kagal, who hangs her up like so much. Meat upon a drying hook. Drought descended on the earth as a result
Don't meet me to
of the gods help provide and Nana.
Woo. Meet me to the waters, and I'll jump right in.
That song gets stuck in your head.
Lead me to the waters.
I was singing that shit on the way to Whole Foods.
And I'll jump right in. Oh, man, that might be wicked. Yeah. Yo, man, good looking, man. Thank y'all for so many fires, man. This is going to be definitely an epic joint, man. Yo, it's going to be fun. We had fun creating it. Supposedly it came out, but now we finally get a chance to put it out. Waiting on dittos.
He knows to join the Zoom, right?
Yeah.
Right when he's available.
Yeah. He'll be through. He told me, you know, about around this time. He's in Texas. I said that. Yeah. So he's just arriving in a few, and then he's gonna come through. Word.
All right, we got the Zoom ready. So all he has to do is join, and then he'll be officially on.
Yeah, Captain Tazari, I'm hyped. I'm hyped for that one. That's gonna be dope. Word. Just hit me up. Yeah, it's live. And Cover Boy, yeah, man, good looking Cover Boy. You came with that. I sat on that beat for a little while. Somebody said they could picture MF Doom. Yeah, that would have been crazy. MF Doom on this one. Got to tour. We toured. I toured with MF Doom. Me, Ghost, and MF Doom out in London, right? And I had asked him. I was like, "Yo, what's the secret? What is it? Because I was like, when was this? This was around Planet of the Gods, right after Psychic World. And me and him and Ghost, we was on a plane out in London. I think he was living out there. So he's just like, yo, the fans, yo. And I kept that jewel because it's the truth. Without y'all, we're really nothing. And I was like, yo, it's the fans. Y'all make us strive, and y'all inspire us to keep doing it, to keep making music. Word. It's great. Okay. We see, shout out to, let's acknowledge everybody in the chat room again. Welcome, everybody. If you're new here, this is the Killah Priest Podcraft. What we do here is we allow everyone to speak their mind and their truth. We listen with the open mind, we weigh and everything, but we receive everyone that comes on this Podcraft, because there's a lot of people that have ideas, and we push it. We are pushing your truth. That's to you, and explaining it the best way you possibly could. It's been a great ride, and we also play music here. Also, myself, I'm a musician, an artist, rap artist, and we display new music, and we push the idea of growth of all people. You know what I mean? So. It's about growth and understanding. Knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Those are the three jewels. And that's what we're about. For everybody that's new, that's coming, because I see it's 700 up in the building. Super Danny Salinas, he said, take it back for a bit. Can you play 1 minute of Rod Sagan by KP AD for the fans? Yeah, let's do that. Let's take it back. Rod Sagan. That's from Lord's Son.
The natives began making straw and bamboo fetishes resembling airplanes. To this day, they scan the heavens day and night, watching and waiting for the return.
I'm a royal god and the king of worlds. I hold coils of stars and rings of pearls. All my crystals are charged, green and beryl. Stone super supreme large, they seem to swirl like rainbows. The grand eloquent god archangel, priest engendered by a bull, beloved by the holy one. My lions come back full. My alliance is with the wolves, moving silence in the woods. Since every mental drop I leave footprints of giants where I stood. I swore by oath. I hold the sword of the goat. Elohim, my wings look broad in my coat. I am the Lord of hosts. I am sure this is not a hoax. I was never coached or coaxed. It's just pure when I spoke. Angelic animation, architect, God in the flesh, and rock patents of an ancient astronaut language, now found in the Tanakh for dark sands. Rappers, when you see me, start praying. My focus is razor sharp. I always hit my mark, even when I stop aiming. They say I'm part Lord Messiah and part Satan. Half wings of a dove and half wings of a raven. Black cherubs seen below and above, and they keep rotating. I'm also known as Hocus Pocus, Hemisphere, Heru, Hermetic Hercules, or mesmerizing magnetic man, or Mr. Mercury. Simply, I'm the organite, orator, oracle of our time. I'm the reason you recite rhymes. There's no limit. I'm Silk the Chakra. I don't see murder. I see macabres doing time. This masterpiece is craft by priest. I'll aim arrows at your head and your heart like the staff of chiefs. Then turn your whole body red like the athletes. I keep writing, I dread till my pad's complete.
A new religion, a new cult was born from the encounter between a primitive people and visitors from a highly developed, technically superior society.
Look at this energy. I can't wait to start hitting the
All
road.
men were at one time primitive.
Hey, shout out to everybody else out there. Yo, I had fun recording that. When darkness branches to your soul, light still finds a way to rise. It'll quote right there. Catch that one? I walk into darkness so that others may see the light. That's all it is. Sometimes in the darkness, we come out, you can find the light that's in it. The light is the music, you know, strange things. I like this one. I don't need you to light up my world. Just sit with me in the dark. A little depression right there, right? Through depression, you could grow, though. You know what I mean? Babylon told me the Talmud is black magic. Yeah. Okay. I see Jody dropping some jewels in there. Went up so quick. Okay. Life, like Comics Universe. That's right. Silk the Chakra, man. Yo, shout out to him. That's Stevie Williams. Shout out to him. That's one of his favorite lines. Only in the darkness can you see the stars. Know what that's by? Dr. Martin Luther King. That's hard. Only in the darkness can you see the stars. Wow. Somebody said, let there be light. That's an L tattoo. You can write that on your door. Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with darkness of other people. Oh, that's hard. That's fire. That's by Carl Jung. You can look that one up. Somebody said the Talmud and the Kabbalah are sorcery. It's a lot of, when you get into the darkness, there's a light that's in the darkness that you can see. Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with darkness of other people. Carl Jung. That's hard. We read that one. Walking in the darkness. Walking in the darkness. Okay. I'm not looking to escape my darkness. I'm learning to love myself there. Oh, I get up and walk away after that one. That was hard. Hey, dude, come on for that one. That's by Rumi Lazuli. Who's that? Is it a poet? Yeah, Rune Lazuli. So it's R-U-N-E, maybe a famous one, L-A-Z-U-L-I. So that's Rune Lazuli, right? He said, I am not looking to escape my darkness. I am learning to love myself there. Yo, you say that every day. That's something you can say every day. Jody called it shadow work. That's right. You got to work on your dark side, man. Dark and hell is hot. That's by the great DMX. Well, who made The Dark Side of the Moon? That's by
Hold on. What'd you say?
The Dark Side of the Moon. That's by Pink Floyd?
Yeah.
Yeah, Pink Floyd. Shoe Pool, not people. I like that. Jason Mosh, you came up with something. Haters going to hate. What made you switch from God of Israel to the occult? When you start looking at, who's that? When you start looking, the occult means hitting.
Yeah.
So when you start looking to occult science, like if you deal with Solomon, right? This is the KP Podcraft, no doubt. Man, they're going up. When you start looking into Solomon, and even when you go into that, they were dealing with a lot of magic. And they said he had a ring. If you go into how he controlled the demons, right? He had a ring. Sort of like, who had the ring in Marvels? Lantern?
You're talking about...
Green Lantern.
Oh, yeah.
And there was a nation of lanterns, right?
Mm-hmm.
I always thought that Green Lantern was by himself, but if you look at it, he controlled everything with his ring. Green is the symbol of what? Emerald? What is it? A soft light or?
Yeah, I mean, it's...
What is that on the chakra field?
I think that's the heart chakra.
Yeah.
It represents growth and...
But he could, he controlled the...
photosynthesis and the sun.
Yeah. Somebody said the Batmobile. Yeah, well, you know about Batman. Batman, he stayed dark. Who was darker than Batman? The Joker. The Joker had psychological problems. He was dark too. Lived in Gothic City. What you was looking for, AD?
I'm all over the place over here. No, I found that the heart chakra was the green one.
Okay. That's dope. So the heart chakra is the green one.
Mm-hmm. I'm also testing I put a noise gate on the microphones. If you guys heard those police sirens in the background, type yes, I heard the sirens. Because I'm trying to see if the noise gate is working or if I need to turn it up.
Mm-hmm. Somebody said the Incredible Hulk. Yeah, that's green. Okay.
Ooh.
What'd he say?
Can you please do a show on the giants that ruled the earth? Wow.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about that earlier. The Nephal, the Nephilims, and even the natives said that they seen the people that were extra big. We was talking about that when we was out there with when I was out there with Guam too. We'll do one on that. If y'all check out the song Wing People, there was a little bit of what the video was like that. But I found out, well, look at Shaq. Shaq, and it's these other guys that were actual giants. There were a lot of very big people. The Watusis, I believe. Total opposite of the Pygmies, though. But Pygmies are giants to ants. I know that much. It's crazy because if you look at the word giant, right?
Yeah.
It has the word ants in it. Said that in the song, right? Ants. Because it's the smallest thing.
But it's giant.
Yeah, it's a giant and it's a small ant is very small. Yeah, the Nephilim. That's the Greek word, the fall. We're gonna get into that one day. It's not the time now. Now we're gonna get into some other heavy artillery science. Oh, we going up, man. Wow. Patience is a virtue. Let me see. I'm just all right. Yo, could we shout out to Dreddy Cougar. Somebody said Hulk. Yeah, he was green. He represented green. There was a couple of other green gods too. I think the Hulk is green, the Green Lantern. Who else is green? There's a lot of Hindu gods are green, and a couple of.
Doctor Strange has the time stone. That's green.
Yeah, yeah. Was it a Saw or one? I think one of them are green. One of the Kemetic gods are green. What's that noise?
I'm testing the sound.
Okay. When I said Holocaust, all green wasn't good. Okay. Kareem in your shout out to Voltage, man. We got a joint too that's crazy. Tara, it says Tara is a green goddess. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Swamp Thing is green. The Green Goblin. That's right. Spider-Man. Yes. Spider-Man had a web. He was on the web. He was on the internet. Right? He's a kid.
Yeah, I haven't seen the new one yet. The one with Spider-Man and Doctor Strange. I gotta see that.
Yep. Kryptonite. Kryptonite is green. Yeah. Cal is definitely green. That's what that fights off a lot of disease. Jolly Green Giant. Come on, yeah. Yeah. Kryptonite. Osiris is green. That's right. Ninja Turtles. Weed, definitely. Forest. Most of the forest. Depending on the season. Shout out to Dr. Green Thumb. Exactly. Green is the heart chakra. It's that 594 hertz. Shout out to I can't wait till Inky come back through and build on that. The Anasi spider African folklore. Okay. I messed with this guy. There was an emerald.
Yeah, so green carries the vibration of growth, new beginnings, health, renewal, harmony, hope, and peace. When a spiritual sign appears in your life that is green, it usually represents that you're in a period of growth, starting a new chapter, or that is a season to explore a new layer of yourself and plant seeds that will foster success in your future.
Yeah, that was it.
Yep.
Say that last part again.
When a spiritual sign appears in your life that is green, it usually represents that you're in a period of growth, starting a new chapter, or that is a season to explore a new layer of yourself and plant seeds that will foster success in your future.
Sounds like pretty much sound like money. Paper money. It's just green trees. Green tamales. Yep. Green is.
He said green tamales. Oh man, I thought you were gonna talk about some plants or something. You went straight to green tamales.
That's them.
Did you say that or did I think it? Because damn, I be thinking about tamales sometimes.
That's the room.
Hilarious.
Yeah. Let's go to some Karens. Can we go to some Karens while we got everybody?
Oh man, they ain't ready for that.
Yeah, let's get a Karen. You have to speed this up. I wanted because we want to put this on some of the joints. Since y'all in here, let's laugh. Let's get some Karens up in here. They're funniest.
Oh, I can't wait to see your ass. Oh, illegal, sir.
Go ahead.
Illegal.
Shout out to the Karens in the world. If you somebody ever get locked up, Karens are the funniest in the world. Check them out. Karen number 1. We got a couple of them too. I'm gonna put them in the video.
No.
Karen.
Relax. You can keep recording all you want, but we're gonna put it in your purse. You want to put cuffs on or no?
Yeah, hold it down.
Don't touch my phone. Don't touch my phone. I'm relaxed. Come on, let's walk out. Ooh. No.
Stop resisting.
Oh, no, there's no resistance.
You are pulling away from us. That is resisting.
I'm not.
You are trying to get free. That is resisting.
I can't wait to see your ass.
Okay.
You got Karens on your team. You don't have to worry about nothing. Check them out.
I mean, I don't really see this one as an extreme Karen though.
Oh yeah, wait till she get in. Oh, there's more.
Oh, no. Because
This is a low level Karen. So I've seen some high level Karen.
Oh yeah? Yeah, some high level Karens.
I've seen some high level Karen.
Hold on. Do they provide
Karen's
service?
going wild.
Doesn't matter. Give me
Look,
my
right there.
cell phone.
See?
Stop.
You tell the cops, give me my
Give
cell
me my
phone.
cell
Come
phone.
on, yo.
Pulling away from
That's
us
high
is
level
resisting.
Karen right there, yo.
Give me my cell phone. Give me
Everything's
my
being
cell
recorded.
phone. No.
Everything's being recorded.
Who tells the cops to give me their cell phone? Put a Karen.
Everything's being recorded.
Give me my cell
Please
phone.
put your hands behind your back.
Look, Jake, she still wrestling.
Oh, God. You're more fun, aren't you, Mr.
I want you to put your hands behind your back.
This is minor. You want to see a high level?
Yeah, high level Karens. High level Karens.
Okay, you see now.
We got y'all in the building. That's why.
I'm not familiar with that author.
He
wrote the Misery books.
Let me see if I can find it in our
This is
system.
high level
Yeah, you
extreme
better.
Karen right here.
Okay.
All right, give me 1 second. Let me find the computer over here.
Okay. SHELDON. Paul is the first name.
They don't have her book. She's at Barnes and Nobles.
Right.
They don't have her book.
Do you have it?
Yeah, she's all loud.
I looked it up in my system, but unfortunately, I'm not coming across any of Paul Sheldon's books that we have here in the store. Would you like to see if I can order one for you, possibly?
Oh, you should have them here. He's very popular.
Well, we're probably
Paul
just sold.
Sheldon.
Most likely just sold out.
Misery. Have you ever read the Misery novels?
I'm
They're
not
very good.
I'm not familiar with Misery. I'm more of a history kind of guy.
How can you not know Misery? You work here. How can you not know? Look, Paul Sheldon writes the Misery novels. They're very good. I'm looking for the latest one. Misery's Child. I really need that to complete my collection. And I really think you need to have that here.
Oh, yeah.
Misery.
I don't have it in the store, but I could probably order it for you.
I'm not interested in waiting.
Would you like me to
I've already waited a long time for the paperback to come out.
Karen.
Paul Sheldon, Misery's Child, Misery in France, Misery Betrayed, Misery in Love. You don't know any of these books? What kind of cockadoodie bookstore is this?
Cockadoodie?
That you don't even know Paul Sheldon? Paul Sheldon, let me tell you something. I am Paul Sheldon's #1 fan. His #1 fan. And you can't be telling me that you don't have Paul Sheldon's books here. Isn't there anybody here who knows about Paul Sheldon? Isn't anybody familiar with the Misery books? I'm telling you, how could any of you be in a bookstore when you don't know Paul Sheldon? When you've never read Misery? What is wrong with you all? I don't understand what is happening!
No worries, man, no worries.
I'm looking for a cockadoodie
I can order it for you. Or see if anyone nearby might have it.
Yo, she just froze.
Ma'am?
Yo.
Ma'am?
Yeah.
Oh, this looks good.
Stephen King is one of our most popular authors.
Oh, yo, come on, yo. Hold up. Go to my what's name?
That's crazy.
Yeah, that was good. I got a Karen to combat that one.
Okay.
What's that?
So you'll see my Karen.
Yeah.
And you'll raise it.
I'll raise your Karen with this one. Oh, that's my girl right there. Yeah. Going into the bank.
Are we having a Karen contest?
Yeah, Karen's going wild. Come on, let's go. Check out that. Because they're the best way to get arrested. I'll take them with me anywhere, yo. Yeah, if you got to check it out.
Hello.
All right, she won't put on her mask and she's inside of a bank, y'all.
Oh, we're back to the mask situation.
Yeah, here she goes.
If they ask you to leave, you have to leave.
My money's in this bank, and I'm going to take it out.
Well, then you have to abide by the rules, and you have to have a mask on.
This is a state.
It's not. Businesses have the right to refuse service, even if you're not wearing a mask. That's their choice.
My money out.
Awesome. Well, you need to go and get a mask and then take your money out. You're not allowed to do.
I've been waiting here.
Ma'am,
for about 10
listen,
minutes.
we're going to do this the easy way or the hard way.
What are you going to do? Arrest me?
Yes, for intruding on premises.
That's hilarious.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, and you believe in this?
I believe in it.
Do you believe in this?
The laws, yes.
He's a cop.
The law says that I do not have to wear a mask.
You can not in public,
My
but you're not in
rights.
public. You're not in public.
Yes.
I'm not going to argue with you about this. This is not a public place. This is a private business. No, you're not. We're going to go outside.
Oh, here we go.
Do I look like I'm kidding?
Well, I don't know. Because
Let's go walk outside.
you've got some issues.
I've got issues.
That you're taking away
Okay.
people's human rights.
Okay. Let's go
now
outside.
is
Let's
he
go
going to
outside.
shoot me, people? Is
No.
he going to shoot me for trying not to breathe?
Cool.
Come on, dude.
Don't do
Let's
that.
go.
Oh no.
Do not touch me.
Let's go, Karen.
See, I kind of feel bad for them in this
Some
case.
old
'Cause
lady is getting handcuffed.
I don't even consider her a Karen. She's
What? Check this
she's
out.
standing up for her rights.
Come on, look at that. Boom. Got to bring it out to the ground.
Behind
Think that's
your
going to
back.
stop Karen?
Say it. You don't stop
I don't know, I think I'm
resisting.
kind of
Stop.
rooting for this Karen.
Oh, look crazy. Look. One knee up. You got
Really?
Relax.
No
Look.
one's going to get real?
She's about to get real. Go ahead, Karen.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh, you smashed my head to the ground now? Now you're smashing my arm into my private area?
I feel bad for this one.
Private
you
area?
feel bad for the Karen?
Yeah, I feel bad for this one. When it comes to the mask, like, you know what I'm saying?
You let her hold the
I'm
joint
against
for
the
you.
masks anyway, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know if you got any problem, you could have
I feel like this makes security guard look worse
you
than
are
it
not
makes her look worse. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you roll with her, she
Not
knows she'll do the
relaxed at
time
all.
for you. She gonna, like she the road dog. she gonna go out for you and let you get away with this stuff.
I mean, the CDC says the masks are worthless anyway.
I'm filming it.
This is like...
Yeah.
Yo,
okay.
she's a trooper.
Stand up.
Karen
Stand up.
number 2 with.
Stand yourself up.
I don't know.
And how do you
I gotta say, this is a low-level Karen.
I'm like a 65-year-old woman here.
Okay.
I feel bad for this
The
lady.
age dropping?
Stand up.
She dropped the age on her.
Ayúdame, por favor.
Stand up.
Ayúdame, por favor.
She spoke Spanish on you. What up?
Are you trying to speak Spanish to people?
I do speak Spanish.
Okay, well, stand up.
Are you happy now?
Okay, priest, I see your Karen.
All right, raise me another Karen.
And I'll raise you.
All right. So far, we're going to see who got the best Karen story.
Come on.
You know what?
I think that's a tie, AD. Come on.
I don't know. When it comes to the masks,
Okay. No.
it's
Most of my Karens are,
Yeah, she's gonna
no mask beefers.
okay. We're going to my Karen.
But
now,
you didn't
right?
let my Karen go to the door.
You want to go to the end? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Pick it up.
wait
Come
till
on.
she sit to the
Come on
cop
outside.
car. She shows you who she really is. Check it out.
One in custody.
Wow. Not wearing a mask, people.
That's scary.
This is what they do to you.
Slow everybody down.
Okay, I've got my dog in my truck.
I got you. I'm 10-4. Send EMS for a 60-year-old white female. She's complaining of foot pain.
Yeah. You
Take a
broke
seat.
my damn foot.
Take a seat.
Marie and I were out with him. Okay.
Oh, that's a negative,
where's your mask?
Pepper Boy.
Where's your
I'm
mask?
6 feet away from you.
Oh, well, I was 6 feet away from those people
All
in
right,
there, too.
in there. Get inside.
Come on, you guys.
Get
Let's
inside.
get real.
All right, go ahead. Give me your Karen.
Low
Give me your
level Karen.
Give me your Karen.
Let's take it up to the extreme now. We're gonna go to the high level sweepstakes Karen. Here we go.
Okay.
Excuse. Now you are.
Victoria's Secret.
God! Oh my God! Do you see this? Oh my God! I never thought nothing like this would happen to me. She just tried to run and hit me, and now she.
That's a good one.
Did you see
might
her?
got me on this one.
You saw her, right? They all saw her. Oh my God! Karen had a breakdown. She tried to hit me. Ask your workers.
Let's get real.
She tried to hit me. She tried to hit me. Now I want security for you. Oh my God.
What?
Oh my God.
What is a real
You should have thought
psychological?
about that before you did what you did. Oh my God. This don't even feel real. This do not feel real.
Let them know we up in here. We carrying it out right now.
I'm too trying to hit you. Please don't record me.
Oh, Karen.
Don't record me.
Oh, that was.
Y'all got to get security. She charged me. If I wouldn't have ducked, she would. Oh no! You just wanted security for me, right?
All right, AD, you got
I want
that
security
one.
for you now.
Oh, this is phase one. Watch phase two.
No. I want you to call security. Thank you. I just came to get my free panty. You know how you get the coupon in the mail? And I got to pick up my Converse boots from Nordstrom's. I don't know why this is happening to me. Don't charge me.
Yeah, she on the ground,
Oh,
y'all.
you wanna? Yeah, she.
Stranger, shut up.
Even
He said,
approach her.
when you argue with a fool, you only make 2 fools. Shout out to Stranger. Make sure you hit that like. Tell him we over here.
Like you gonna
Waiting
go
on Dane.
postal.
Still Dane.
Don't.
Okay, I'm back in.
About to go
No,
to phase
why don't
two
she
right
walk
here.
away from me?
Just got a message
I was
from
here.
Dane.
No.
He's-
We're not doing this.
Headed to the crib
Why don't
right
I
now.
walk away from her? Why don't she get away from me? She could get away. Go wherever you want to go. This is crazy.
Uh-oh. and Phase 2.
Hey, D, you probably got me on this one. You got me on this. Hold on. Wait, she did. Oh, she did this.
Yeah.
Oh, she did the fall asleep joint. That's 6 years old or something.
No, I had one. We was trying to just find a price check for one of them.
So she just passed out right there.
Okay, I'm gonna leave
Hold
her there. Actually,
Yo.
I have a coupon for the free panties, and
yeah, you might be going into mental.
She's just trying to get her free panties, man.
Yeah, that's mental health.
I can show you.
Okay. Hi, Karen.
That's beyond Karen, yo.
She called her Karen right there. Oh, Phase 3.
You keep lying, saying I'm threatening you, so I'm recording to protect myself.
Okay. Sister, by the way,
she said, "Stop laughing."
Yeah.
If you want to make something funnier, you tell people to stop
laughing.
laughing.
Me and try to say I attacked her. You cut. Look at this.
Uh-oh.
Oh, y'all better get this
Getting
lady.
chased.
Rage.
Away from me. You gonna. You look at this. Get security. Get the water. Get security. Look at this. Yes. Can y'all get her away from me? Get her away from me. Oh, have mercy. Get her away from me.
All right, we could probably cut it right there. I think y'all get the idea.
Yo, that was
high level Karen.
That was crazy.
I had to cut it off too for the sake of the audience.
Give me one.
One what?
Go back to my Karen. What's that?
You want to go back to your Karen? Oh,
I got one more for you.
You see my Karen? You gonna raise me, my Karen?
Yeah, I'm gonna raise you. I'm gonna raise you. Yeah, right there. Hit home.
Oh boy.
Get the rest of this out. Yeah.
This Karen contest is getting a little crazy.
Yeah, this was. Yeah. This is my last. I'll bow with this Karen. Check it out. They're gonna arrest this lady up in there. This is an old Karen, so I got old Karens. But I would roll with them because you ain't got no problem with the cops. You just put the Karen on them. You know what I mean? Imagine you in the car, you ride dirty or no license, put Karen on them. Don't ride dirty, y'all.
You're not going to put a pin on anybody here. No, you do not.
This is a G Karen.
Do you have the iPad? Okay, where'd you put it?
Dane Callaway is coming in soon, though. He just told me. So
okay.
They don't have to.
Fast forward.
Okay,
No,
Randy, put your cup down and turn around. Ma'am,
Let go of me. You let go of me.
What did she do? I don't know the context.
Let go of
she
me.
does something wrong. There it goes.
Let go of me. Oh no. Let go of me. Go.
She's supposed to move out of there. She stayed.
Let go of me. Give me my
do not hit. You understand?
Stop it. No, let go of me. Yes, you are, Caleb.
What you call
Give me my key to my car. Give me my key to my car. Give me my key to my car.
Yo, who tells the cops that? Give me my key to my car.
Take my purse. Let go of me.
I mean, I gotta know why she's being arrested, though. I mean.
If you're not going to cooperate, you'll
Let
be charged
go
with
of me.
obstructing.
Let go
You
of me.
understand that?
You let go of me now.
No, ma'am.
You're bruising me. Let go
Stop
of
pulling
me.
against us.
I'm not pulling against you. Let go of
then
me.
stand up like an adult.
Shut up. What an
Wow.
asshole thing to say to me.
Yeah.
What an ass thing to say to me.
There's all law enforcement. They're always gonna win. That's your
Do me a
thing.
favor. Do me a favor.
Protesters.
Let go of me. You're hurting me. I'm not hurting you. You are hurting me.
I mean, some Karens you can't use logic with.
Obstruction at the moment.
They're emotionally dominant.
Yeah.
Here, look over.
Watch how she tell her homegirl or something to go in the car and get something. Jimmy B dying, right? This is so.
I can talk in her ear.
No, you need to sit back, ma'am.
Let go.
She whispered to her girl.
Put her in the car.
Stop! You're hurting me.
Walk then.
You're hurting me. Damn it!
Okay, you're under arrest right now, okay?
You are hurting me.
Walk.
Laughing about cocaine and whiskey. Y'all stupid.
You're hurting me. Please.
Stand up and walk then.
You're hurting me. Let go of me.
Carrots.
All right. Man.
Oh, you stopped it.
There's more?
You get to the good part. Yeah. She got a little bit more.
Let go of me.
Oh, ma'am, you're under arrest.
For what?
Carrots.
Obstruction.
I didn't obstruct anything. You're hurting me.
Now check it out. Who can talk like this?
You're hurting me.
Here you go.
Okay. Yeah. What are you doing? You're hurting me.
Wait till she goes
Get out of my pocket.
You are under arrest. You are being
You're hurting me.
Stay back.
All right, yo.
Back up. Unless
Look,
you want to be detained too,
rewind
back
that
up.
part. You see her talking to homegirl?
Stand up straight, ma'am.
I am standing
saw a
straight. You're
whisper.
pushing me over
Go
with
get
your
the bird.
hand.
I'm holding onto your jacket.
She said, go get the bird.
What are you talking about? Get out of my pants.
I am conducting a search. If you move, you will find additional charges.
Find additional charges? This is like arrest without cause.
Okay, is that it?
Yeah, give her one more. I think she's gonna tell her first. See, look, she telling her homegirl get the joint. Look, she's like right in front of the cops. She like, go get that, go get that.
Silver.
It's silver. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, you can be done. You can be done with Karen right there.
Oh man.
She was like, silver. Oh man. All right, so I'm done with mine. Oh, good news. Dane Callaway will be here shortly, yo. All right. So he just hit me back.
Tell him just to go ahead and click on the link, and once he joins, he joins.
Let him get to the crib. Yeah, I'll let him get to the crib. Yo, shout out, yo. Karens are so funny, man. I would roll with them anywhere because you're not going to get in trouble. If it do go down, you could just put them out there because they save the day. They in the middle of anything. Anybody skip a line, anything happen, you know Karen got your back because they don't play that. You know what I'm saying? They want to know who, where, why, and they'll go out for you, you know what I mean? Somebody said Karen's rule the world, yo. You gotta have a Karen with you, man. Stop going with your boys with the hoodies. Get you a Karen, you're getting out of trouble. Word. Put your Karen in a cat litter. Vinny Pluckett, shout out to him. Shout out to our Voltage architect coach, architect and Oracle doing a job. Vinny doing our job. So if y'all new here, I did want to laugh. As I said, Priest just want to laugh. Yeah. So if y'all new coming to the Podcraft, this is where we go off and we have a good time learning and building. We build on things. We build on topics. Okay, here it goes. All right, play this for them, brother. Okay, I'm gonna send this to you. He want me to play this to y'all. He's 10 minutes away. I'm gonna send it to you.
Who wants you to play something?
Dane Callaway sent me something he wants you to play.
If Dane sent it, I'll play it for sure. But I want to make sure we screen some of these things.
Come on, bro. I'm on point.
I don't want to just be playing.
All right, I sent it to you. What's names? Everybody I'm talking to is Dane Callaway. What you thought I was just randomly?
I don't know. I thought you had a random fan hit you up.
No, bro. Like, come on, man. I don't do things like that.
Okay, just check it.
Everybody I mess with is the real deal.
It's straight legitness.
Yeah. This is Dane Callaway told me. So he want me to play this for y'all. I'll tell him about.
Hold on, it's a commercial.
So this is going to set the mood, I guess. It's going to get us right in the right mood.
Not featured anywhere on YouTube. Log on to my website at I'mJustHereToMakeYouThink.com/films.
If y'all coming in, This is his intro, I guess. Shout out to S2K, Smoking Wedding Cake. Okay.
Throughout today's society of America, people would say that history was written by the victors, but I would have to disagree with them, merely because only a loser will have the audacity to write a story to make it seem as if they won when they didn't. When they didn't. When they didn't.
I mean, it's really important for us to remember our history. You know, unless you're one of the first Americans, you came from someplace else. Somebody brought you.
Because, however much America strays away from the ideals of justice, the goal of America is freedom. Abused and scorned though we may be, our destiny is tied up in the destiny of America. Before the Pilgrim Fathers landed at Plymouth, we were here. Before Jefferson etched across the pages of history the majestic words of the Declaration of Independence, we were here. Before the beautiful words of the Star-Spangled Banner were written, we were here.
That man has done this trick everywhere, here in America, to the Indians. He sent one priest to the Indians in New York and another priest to the Indians in Pennsylvania. And both of them would tell lies to both Indians. And the Indians who had never been at war with each other would start beating the tom-tom, the war drum. And then as they got ready to come together and fight, the priest would run in and say, let me be the mediator. The New York Indians, you move out to Minnesota. And the Pennsylvania Indians, you move out to Oklahoma. That would leave the whole state of New York and Pennsylvania for the white man. You see how he does it? You see how he does it? You see how he does it?
Black Lives Matter has nothing to do with the original Black American Indians. Black Lives Matter is a propaganda to keep blacks thinking that they're African Americans that came on slave ships. We already know we are waking our people up to let them know that we are the American indigenous Indians. Black Lives Matter do not represent our people. We do. Jesse Jackson do not represent our people. Barack Obama do not represent our people. We're not African Americans. We're indigenous. Our African American is Obama. Why? Because his mother's European and his father's Kenyan. That's an African American. A real Indian, American Indian is me. Both of my parents are American Indians, not from Africa.
Niggas know black people don't crack. Like, black don't crack.
Yeah, black don't crack. That was,
it rhymes.
Yeah, what's it inconsistent?
Well, indigenous don't crack. The natives don't crack.
The natives don't crack.
You can see a native and he could be 90 years old and still be 50. I'm talking for the natives.
Yeah.
I like when
it comes to talking about African Americans, I have no education with that. Period. I don't. I'm not even connecting to that no more because that's a system. That's like connecting. Say, hey, he's a bad guy. Don't hang with him. Oh, hey, I'm going to find out for myself. I'm not African American at all. My folks is not from Africa, and a lot of people in this room, folks ain't from Africa. Might be a couple, but people just don't understand. I asked my grandma, like, yo, grandma, what's your background? She like, Redfoot and Blacktail Indian. But what? Yeah, my mother and my father did. We 100% Indians. Ask my other grandma, we got Cherokee in us, and European and Italian, a little Dominican. It's crazy. I'm like, what the fuck? That's why I'm African. Y'all look at me funny, like, nigga, I'm African. Like, you're not though. Like, you're not. 80% of slaves was already here. It was natives. It's crazy.
Haiti, where you get that number from?
Shit, I just checked the books.
Which book?
Yeah.
I got a whole laptop full of this shit.
Yeah?
Yeah, just for me reading. It's not a solid book like, hey, there's only 1,000 slaves came here. And nah, nigga, you gotta read. You have to literally read. Like, I'm so deep into it, I don't think about a slave ship. I think about, what was a slave ship called? Jesus. What the fuck was a slave ship called that Christopher Columbus was on? Who funded that slave ship? Who paid for that boat? Like, what was these folks' race? Like, what was their background?
People don't understand. Black people did not just come from Africa. Black people were already in the States. And people got to do their history to understand black people were already in the States. People don't know that, though. They don't get that part. You know, they don't know that Nat Turner was really an Aborigine. That ain't Africa. You can look at Nat Turner and the depictions of him and know he was an Aborigine. He had a different vibe about him. So, people don't really know that not all black people did not come from freaking Africa. Because it's going to be very, very difficult for you to make it in that goddamn ship at the bottom of that goddamn ship for 3 months. When the food get low. Do the math. For real. Do the motherfucking math. Seriously, and just ushering everybody in on boats the long goddamn way. They not stopping. Ain't no bathrooms on that motherfucker. Come on now. Do the math. That's all you gotta do is do the motherfucking math. For real. The human body won't last that long. You on a boat for 30 days, you ain't eating nothing but fucking slop. I mean, and feces and shit of the motherfucker that's sitting next to you. You gonna die of disease, man. It's gonna be like 3 black people left whose bodies are physically fit enough to be able to withstand all that pressure under the goddamn ship. Come on. Keep that shit.
Can I just end with this one thing? These 4 brothers sitting here, we didn't all come from Africa. And there was there was a country before 1492, and our history goes way beyond 1492. So you can't start us at 1492. We were always here.
It's time for us to stop trying to fit in with these niggas, man. One thing we gotta realize, eagles don't fly with doves. They don't fly with doves, baby. I'm grateful, bro.
When I was a kid and I was watching everything Cash Money did, and all of them had each other's names tattooed on them. Man. And this was when I was younger. I didn't understand it, but then when I started going to New Orleans, like, you know, on tour and shit.
We tried.
The way they are with each other, they love each other a different way than everybody else.
It's Indian.
That's all I got
It's Indian territory. It's tribes. Like, people be thinking Indians with the Pocahontas looking. That ain't how Indians look. They look like them people in New Orleans. Louisiana, all over Louisiana. Them Indians, tribes.
Indigenous.
And when you take people that, you can say that, but when you take people in, man, we family.
If you want to talk about indigenous people in America or Native Americans, they always dealt with extraterrestrials. They called them the star people. And yes, they were black. This is where the word Indian comes from the Latin word indigo, okay, which means blue-black, and it's a skin color, okay? And so the Indians that you see today are what you call $5 Indians, okay, which are Caucasians, actually white people, okay? And go look up the Dow's Commission, go read the Dow's rolls. Back in the day, white people was allowing other white people to sign the Dow's rolls, saying that they was Native Americans in exchange for benefits and assistance from the government. So all these Indians that own these casinos and own the land, and they got straight hair and they look like goddamn Mexicans and Chinese people and white people, those are what you call $5 Indians. Those are descendants of the people who actually took the land and then acted like they was the people who the land got took from. Black people are the original Indians.
Black people are Native Americans. You know, we've had, you know, a lot of proof that, you know, some of us started here in this land. Everybody wasn't brought over from Africa. So, we have to, like you say, unpack all of that and try to, find the true lineage of people in this country, because some, I used to tease family members who would say, I got a little Indian in me. I would think they didn't want to be all the way black. But when I really do the research, a lot of them did have a little Indian in them. So, it's one of those things where, we want to be counted on all levels, not just, through slave ships. Like I said, we were here before Columbus. So a lot of us, and so we want to make sure that's included and not excluded.
I'm glad that I came back to connect with my brothers and sisters here in America that was here long before Chris and the boys got here, long before America Vespucci, long before all of them people got here. We were already here. I have tribal pride. My father's Blackfoot Native American.
Godfrey, real quick. As a full Nigerian, have you ever heard any ethnic stories, like Nigerian stories, about people getting robbed by white people? Stolen and brought across to another land? Have you ever heard an oral tradition don't go out into the by the river at night because you can get jumped by the white man and he'll bring you on a boat across the water?
I never heard any of that. All I heard, my father would tell me stories, just Nigerian proverbs and stuff that it relate to just Africa.
Right, but then so there was never any proverbs or anything that related to, because if there were millions, right?
Right.
Millions of black people that were so-called taken away from their people, right? Now, as wise as we are with proverbs, right? We tell proverbs to teach lessons and shit, right? So wouldn't you want to teach a lesson so that your people would not be stolen and shit like that? You see what I'm saying?
Right, of course, hell yeah.
Some sort of African proverb that dealt with not getting kidnapped by the white man.
Right.
Because he'll take you over there on a boat or some shit like that.
Or like this, what story are you familiar with that you were told? And I don't even like to consider you guys Africans because that's a misnomer. You know what I mean? You guys will call yourselves by your native tribe. And there's no problem with that. Actually, that's even better. You don't go to Africa and say, hey, I'm African. Straight up.
No.
That don't happen. But hold on, let me go back to what I was saying. Have you heard of a story? Pick one, any story of a war that took place where some of your kinfolk was captured and brought over to another landmass?
No.
So who are the blacks in America? Who are the black people in America?
The blacks in America been living here ever since. They are aboriginals. The blacks in America been living here ever since. They are aboriginals. They are aboriginals. They are aboriginals.
I'm just here to make you think.
Yo, that was powerful. You had Ice Cube up in there, LJ up in there. Yo, the stage is set. Let me see when he coming through. There's gonna be it was a powerful it's a powerful presentation right there. It's kind of heavy. Played us. Okay, it been like maybe 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yo, I see the chat room is lit up right now. So this is, I think something legendary going to happen here tonight. So it should be really heavy, really deep. DNA tests are for entertainment. Hey, shout out to Voltage. King Genocide up in the building. Purple Clouds, I see you in the building. Okay, I see, it's about to be on. So, you in there?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. We just tell them we just finished, So if y'all just joining, welcome to the Killah Priest Podcraft. Today, Dane Callaway is going to take us on a journey. But he asked to play that short film. It was very, very enlightening. I can't wait for him to elaborate on it. And we play music, and we get into a lot of stuff. So put on Kuramayo while we wait. He's straight fire. We had him on the show, Purple Cloud. That's none of them. It's good to know where from. I see a lot of jewels they're dropping in there. Okay, I'm texting them right now. So, welcome to the Killah Priest Podcast show. He'll be on here shortly. He just hit me back, and he's just getting into the crib. We're going to elaborate on that. That was Ice Cube. Yeah, I see everybody standing by, man. It's going to be crazy. Somebody says, where? Oh, Volta said, where's Santana at?
I don't know. He doing his thing. He sends me some stuff every now and then.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I see tonight it's going to get real controversial, and I see this is about to be a lot of hidden gems. Let's see where they at with this.
Oh, here he comes.
Okay, he in the building. A lot of gems. Man, oh man. Just our first conversation, it just led on to it turned the internet on fire. And that way we only talked for a little bit. That was like 30 minutes. Going in. Well, now we're gonna go into some deep. Now this is where brother told me he got something special that he haven't shared with anyone yet. Now I know that I don't even know that video was just crazy, but I'm gonna let him build on that. Dane Callaway is coming in the building. Get ready. Get your minds together. Get your books out, your paperwork, whatever you got to do to get ready. Are you with us, Dane? No, he's not there yet. He's coming in.
He's setting up.
Yeah, he's just setting up. All right, so it went down. You know what I mean? Shout out to Gavin Joseph McDonald's. He put what's that, Australia? Put $7.99 on it. Good looking. Bless up. One yourself. Let's do the knowledge. One yourself.
Two. Wait a minit.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We hear you.
Oh man, loud and clear.
Okay.
Here it goes.
Close my office doors real quick.
Uh-huh. Yeah, lock the doors. Oh man.
Yeah, because one of my dogs upstairs. Okay.
Are we gonna do a video today, or it was audio only?
Shit, I totally forgot about that. I do have the camera, but I'm not even.
It's up to you, bro. I mean, if we see the pick. The pick is hard.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm not. Listen, let me explain what's going on, because I mean I know KP knows what's going on, but I know you got people watching. Indeed. I just came back from out of town.
Yeah.
And I mean I literally just walked in the door, and so yeah, that's
real.
Hold on, yeah. I'm trying to pull my stuff up now, but that's gonna take me a second to set that cannon up. It's not like
you can go like that. You can go like that. Let me see the pic. I mean, it's up to you.
Okay. Yeah, but so I do apologize about that. But just know, guys, that I'll be here. It's gonna be more than just this. I can tell you that. This ain't gonna be the first or last time.
Hey.
'Cause I got a lot of stuff that I want to share. I got a lot of stuff that I want to put out to the masses, and there's a lot more stuff coming. Now that I'm back, I had to handle some things. My big chief, he transcended on with the ancestors, which is my grandfather. So now I'm big chief.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey.
And so I got a lot of responsibility, man. Just hanging out with the family, just catching up on everything, and they just letting me know, hey, the torch was passed.
Shut up.
And
Go ahead.
so it's a lot on my shoulders. Besides just helping my own people, I'm helping my family too. And so especially spiritually, emotionally, physically, mentally, and I'm up for the task. I'm up for the task. My grandfather prepared me very well. In fact, to get on a personal note slightly, he's the one that brought me into this realm. He straightened me out years ago. I came up in the house talking about some Africa stuff, and he said, and he straightened me out. Him and grandma, but yeah, grandma passed 10 days before my first son was born. But it was a lot of lessons to be learned, and I just sat and listened. I took notes, and eventually I'm gonna start putting some of this stuff out. I did give it to people that are exclusively on my channel or on my Patreon. They saw bits and pieces of my grandfather talking on camera. I did get a chance to record him speaking about certain things, but he did ask me before he left not to really go too far, because the last time I did that, I was on Facebook and people was calling his phone and other members of my family trolling and everything. So that's why, because I'm using my real name, so it's not like this is nothing made up. So you could pop that in and whoop, my whole family pop up. So I'm just gonna be skitty, as my grandfather say. I'm gonna be skitty with certain things that I share as far as my family members are concerned. But yeah, he brought me through this journey. I owe it all to him. I wouldn't have never known. Now, and the reason why is because during my grandfather's era, he was born in 1936. The era where he was raised in the 1930s, 1940s, at that time, our elders of the family members were being harassed, killed, hung. I could just simplify it just like that, for even claiming Indian. Okay? And, he saw certain things with my family members, like my great-grandmother, which is his mother, and his aunt, with my great-aunt, my great-great-aunt. No, that's not my great-aunt, that's my great-aunt. But a couple of them were thrown in jail. One of them are not here, as far as them claiming Indian is concerned. It was just because of that. It wasn't nothing else. And at that time, my grandfather was explaining to me how it was. Like, that was prior to desegregation. Desegregation didn't come about until the 60s. So even though our people were living segregated from, the so-called white folks, my grandfather at that time, across the street from his mother's house, was a white family. He told me, and this what blew my mind. He told me at that time, he was, when he was a young boy, he was out there playing basketball and football with the young white boy that lived across the street from him. They ended up growing up together and becoming good friends, and I believe he ended up owning a bakery or something down the street, Florence, South Carolina. PD Indians. Shout out to my PD Indians.
Catawba family. Shout out to my Aniyawea family. That is the great Aniyawea family. Let me put some respect on my father's name on that one. But yeah, so when people ask me, I'm going to definitely tell you Aniyawea first, based off of it being my direct line from my father. But Petey and Catawba, that's grandma and that's granddad. Okay, just in case you guys were wondering. Now, some of my family members are registered as far as them being with these particular tribes. Me personally, of course I could walk onto the reservation. I have my card, but the problem is I don't know. I don't like how it's being ran. Okay. And I don't like who it's being ran by. The majority of the head chiefs of these particular tribes, especially the civilized tribes, there's more than 5, by the way. A lot of those that are being federally recognized right now are considered civilized tribes, just in case you didn't know that. But they're being ran by folks that don't even live here, meaning they don't even live in the United States. They live outside of the United States, believe it or not. They're controlling it by remote control. Okay, and I put this on blast a couple of times. In fact, I took heat from a lot of those so-called Native American tribes for even putting that on blast. Nothing but pale faces, for real. Still to this very day, to be honest with you. But luckily, I have good lawyers. I have a couple of them. So I'm making sure that's not going to bite me in the tail for exposing the truth. And there's a few things on that note that I'm going to be announcing here shortly. I think we're waiting for the summertime or something like that in order for that to happen, because it's not a big deal to them, but it's a big deal to me to put it on blast of what's going on behind the scenes with how many of those foreigners are attacking me for bringing out the truth, for putting them on blast, because technically they're in our position. And I mean that literally. They are literally sitting there in our spot, and they're not supposed to be there. There's federally recognized tribes right now that will only accept certain census records. For example, one of them will state that they only accept, for example, an 1860 census record. And they wouldn't want you to, bring in any other record that, census record that came prior to that, indicating that you're full-blooded. They won't accept it. It's more than just those freedmen Indians that you hear about. It's millions of us that's full-blooded, and they still won't accept. So my main concern is not getting back with the tribe. My main concern is to get us cognizant of what happened to us, because we could force the changes together. I don't necessarily have to be called a leader in this sense, but I know I'm leading this information out. And to go back to the video that I asked you to play, that was 1 year ago. I know people gonna get on me like, you shared Young Pharaoh. Young Pharaoh is a good brother. I know he went through what he went through. I don't have no hate towards this brother. But that was 1 year ago. That's when he was in his right mindset. I understand what he's going through right now was totally different. But I just want you guys to know. And of course, everybody else that you saw, I spoke with personally. I could say it like that. That's not bragging. That's just to let you know that I'm speaking to more than you think. I'm speaking to a lot of people. A lot of people reaching out, and we get into their roots. And I don't mean Shaka Zulu. Plus, that story was plagiarized anyway. I already put that information out. And, I'm talking about our real indigenous roots here in Turtle Island, now known as America. But yeah, I owe this all to my grandfather. To get back to that, my grandfather taught me all of this. He straightened me out, brought me to the reservations. And my father brought me to Cherokee, North Carolina. I even lived there. Actually, before I moved out here, I was right on the outskirts of that, because I didn't want to live in the on the reservation or anything like that. But I was begging them to get on camera, because there's people that's like a darker hue than me, like a darker hue. I'm talking about like KP's complexion. And I'm begging them to get on camera, and they are afraid. They are afraid because a lot of those people are afraid that certain things might get taken away from them. A lot of them are complaining because you would think that they're getting thousands of dollars monthly, but it's not the members. It's the so-called chiefs that's getting it. Sorry that I sound out of breath, guys. I've been ripping and running all day.
No,
so I'm catching my breath at the same time I'm getting hype. At the same time, you're going to have to excuse the transitions of how I'm going up and down. But yeah, I wanted to get them on camera. In fact, I got invited to a couple of, I'm not going to mention no names because I don't want to get them in trouble. But I got invited to a couple of places where I am going to be able to get a couple of people on camera, and they're going to start speaking up. And that was as of recently here. That was, well, I'm not going to say at the top of this year. That happened back in December. Where I really got involved with a couple of people that have some pull inside of some major, or, you know, whatever you want to call it, clans, tribes, nations, families. It's all the same thing. Even though I don't like the term nation, because I understand now, based off of my grandfather's information and my grandmother's information, that the nations were being brought about in order to incorporate these particular families into becoming full-fledged corporations up under the government's rule. And that's not something I agree with, guys. Like, I'm totally against this government. I look at the government as our enemy because they're not holding up to their end of the bargain, which was multiple treaties that I do in fact have that have not been signed, by the way, stemming all the way back to the top of the 1700s. And I show, of course, my Patreons this, and I don't believe I got a chance to show the members of my YouTube channel that, but I will eventually. But I honestly need help with that because there's so many of them. I said to myself that I just wanted to create a website and throw all of them out there because I'm sure people are not going to get, have that type of money to pay for that to get all of those. But I had to put in multiple requests in order to retrieve all of them. I don't even know if I have all of them, but I know I have a ton of them. I'm talking about a lot of them, and none of them were signed. But and I'm talking about original copies, and that cost me a pretty penny. And and I said copies because I know they're not going to give me the original. They're still going to hold on to that by way that was the National Archives. Library of Congress is holding some of this stuff down too. You can track that depending on your individual family. I tell people this all the time. I do have a book, okay, that's going to give you basic instructions, step-by-step instructions on how to start your journey. I highly recommend that you get that done. That book is on Amazon right now as the bestseller, and it has 5 stars right now. It's called Tracing. I'm not making this up. Like, people could Amazon it right now. Tracing Your Family's Genealogical Background by Records by Dane Callaway. I have a second version or second edition of that book getting ready to release in the middle of this spring. Actually, I got a couple of books coming. But that's one of them. I tried to put that out last year, but that's when all that, I don't even want to say that terminology, but that's when the damn gimmick, you can read in between the lines, that's when the damn gimmick came about, even the year before that. That's what actually paused me with traveling because I was traveling, through many different states. I know certain people just saw me go to Virginia. They not watching my entire channel. If you look at my channel, I'm going to multiple different states, not just Virginia. But I stayed in Virginia heavy because a lot of this information I retrieved right now is being held by Virginia's historic Department of Historic Resources. So keep in mind, prior to these states being labeled as states, a lot of this landmass, especially on the East Coast, was originally called Virginia. I mean, I'm talking about that's before you heard places like Kentucky, Georgia, North Carolina. Well, even before North Carolina, South Carolina, because before they were separated, they were called the Carolinas. But even before that, like around the Boondocks area, they were, I mean, all the way up to New York, it was called, and I showed people this on the map. This was an old live stream of mine. I'll bring this back up. But I showed people the original map, that map that indicates that all of that landmass was called Virginia by way of the, what is the name of that? That was called the Congregation for Propagating the Gospel in Foreign Parts. The Congregation for Propagating the Gospel in Foreign Parts. Okay? These were the so-called Englishmen that were sent over here to teach us their gospel in order to manipulate our mindsets into allowing them here and allowing us to have open minds and open hearts. Now, a lot of our members or a lot of our people, our very own indigenous people, a lot of our Niji people didn't agree with that. So what they did was they stopped sending over adults. They started sending They started sending children by the hundreds. That's the reason why I added an S, as I was getting ready to say both at the same time. But they started sending children, and this is by way of their own records. Virginia Statutes at Large, that is called the Virginia Company of London. The Virginia Company of London. That's why a lot of that landmass was called Virginia, from top to bottom on the East Coast. Now, when we speak of people on this side, on the East Coast, we're going to call them the East Woodland Indians. Now, a lot of people may be unfamiliar with that, but if you get to, some terminologies that you may have heard of, like some Algonquin speaking people, that's when you're going to notice how many sections of that dialect was broken off into smaller sections. Like this is where you got some of the Cherokee. A lot of the Cherokee was heavily influenced by the Algonquin speaking people. In fact, many of the tribes were, but of course I'm not here to speak about other people's tribes. I can only speak for mine, which will now be considered the Eastern Band Cherokee. And especially on my father's side. Now, my father's very proud of it, and eventually I'm going to have him on camera. I just need him to calm down his radicalness. I consider it radical, but my father's very intelligent and will spit this off like it's nothing, similar to me. But I just need him to calm down on that, straighten himself out. Then I'm going to get him on camera, as long as I don't have no coffee in front of him when he get all hyped up. But my father's going to be breaking down a lot of history of what happened in the North Carolina. I did plan on my grandfather going over South Carolina, but of course he's gone now, so I'm going to have to do South Carolina, probably along with my mother. So I'm going to be getting more of my family members involved here this year and next year, especially now that a lot of these restrictions are being lifted, going to these places, putting a lot of things that you haven't seen or probably went past, or I'm just going to put it on camera, along with an explanation of what happened with the proof, the evidence as well. Because once again, I say this multiple times, a lot of the stuff was documented. It's just that our people didn't have any interest in learning what this stuff was about, because of course they took our attention away from America and put it right on Africa. To be exact, they put it on Egypt too. And that's all the way in North Africa. So we weren't even taught things on West Africa. I have I know my wife gonna get on me if I announce that, but I do have a book talking about that. I'm not gonna give the name or nothing like that. She gonna get on me. And it should, I think that's coming. That's the first book where I'm talking about what happened with the transatlantic slave trade. I guess I could go ahead and say that part at least.
Yeah.
And the real message behind it, the real documents behind it, when you probably can't Google. I'm going to enlist all of what I have inside of my book, just like how I did Nat Turner and Harriet Tubman. And, it's people going to have to take it or leave it, but I'm going to tell you what's going on. Like, basically off of my research and what I found and what I discovered, I don't have a master teacher. I'm not led by unless you want to consider my grandfather my master teacher, I'm not led by, any congregation, any organization, or, institution or anything like that of that nature. I'm not a Mason. I'm not a Freemason. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Muslim. I'm Dane Callaway. I'm Dane Callaway, and I'm just here to make you think. I don't want anybody to take what I'm stating as if I'm trying to go against my people. No, I'm going against the information that was presented to our people to make it seem as if it was our history when it wasn't. It has no proof to stand on. And this is the reason why you don't see people with larger platforms come at me. They may say things here and there and call me outside of my name, but they won't take my information and try to debunk it because they know that I'm presenting records. Each time I'm presenting, and this is the reason why I could be considered a threat or I could be considered dangerous with a lot of these previous movements that accumulated around the 1960s, like the Black Power movements that eventually branched off into what we know now as Pan-Africanism. Actually, Pan-Africanism came slightly before that, but they intertwine with each other. Excuse me, I'm gonna need some water. Hold on. But they let me open this bottle up right now. Hold on.
Take your time.
My apologies, KP. Hold on. I gotta drink some water right now.
Hey, we doing tea, water. It's all good. Take your time. We with you. Listen.
But KP, like what you were telling me over the phone, I don't know if you want to share that now because I know it's a little late and I know she probably not gonna. But I can't wait to do that because that's key. Amazing. Because that opens up the door. I mean, it's up to you. Can I go into that just a little?
Yeah, you can go into it. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, because somebody very close to KP, this is what I'm going to say. Somebody very close to KP discovered that they own land. And this is the key because I want you guys to understand how important that is. It's not because of you. I mean, well, not only, let me say it like this. It's not only because of the fact that you can take the land and build whatever you want on it in order to take care of your family right now and future generations to come. But it also means that you do have connection to indigenous roots that way because how the Homestead Acts were constructed, and this is why I wish I had everything up here right now so I could just bring this up. They indicate who the lands were taken from, all the way back to the doctrine of discovery, guys. And that's another thing I had to pay for because it was in some form of it's not Latin. It was like an ancient Spanish, and I had to get it translated. I'm talking about the original, like you would think it's Latin, but it's not the original. And I had to get that translated in order to understand what the doctrine of discovery was about. But they literally wrote this down, guys, and they said straight up that they're going to come over here and attempt to take our land. But the first thing that they had to implement was religion in order for everything to settle down as far as the rebellions, the revolts. You know, we were fighting. We put up fights. This is the reason why I tell people that this government was not kicking tail until the 1850s. Yeah, they so-called got their independence in 1776. Yeah, but that don't mean that they was going crazy, like their militia was large. And no. It took them a while to get to where they are right now. Okay? And I mean that. Like, in fact, you didn't see the voting system happen until the 1850s as well. And this is the reason why there's a segment getting ready to come out when I tell you, I start teaching you guys about the original presidents. Like, for example, let me just give you a little hint of where I'm going. Like, what else do we have what do we have to lay claim to that tells us or confirms that George Washington was the very first president? Because we're just basing it off of the stories. Okay, so what else? Like, what else do we have what else do we have that confirms that George Washington was the very first president? Can anybody recall who voted for him to become president? What were their names? When did that happen? What law was passed in order for the Congressional Congress, that's what they were called earlier, in order for them to indicate, all right, well, we need a president here now to take care of the Union. Originally, you know, the Union, the Confederates, and because they at first they had confederations, which is a conglomerate unit of particular tribes and their own governments. This is the reason why they would, you know, trying to take your mind off away, you know, from the Confederate flag, trying to state that there was all about prejudice, and that was before, that was way before the Huguenots even got in here. We already had those flags. And I do have a segment on that getting ready to come out, but to go back to what I was saying, it's a lot of stuff that they're using right now, guys, that was originally ours, and they just modified it and created a story to make it seem as if it was ours all along. How did they do that? Well, they didn't teach the parents, of course, because they couldn't manipulate them. They had to teach the students. And this is why I keep telling people a lot of these stories are stemming from our own school. Well, I wouldn't lay claim to them because we have no ownership of them. I mean, even all the way down to the HBCUs, you giving up all your money to this historically black college, but what was it prior to being historically black? Because it's still, to this very day, being owned by a foreign white man right now. So are you handing your money to the students of that HBCU or to the white man? You know who you listen. But see, I jump a lot. Let me get some more water. I did jump right there, but I want people to understand that we are owed way more than just reparations here. We're owed way more than restitutions here, because we literally built America from the ground up. And I mean, prior to these foreigners coming over here, and that's including the ones that they want to call Native American. And that's even by their own paperwork. And this is what I tell people. That's how I grab this information. And I'm repeating it back to you guys to let you know that they have been telling the truth. You just overlooked it. And what's crazy is if you really want to know what happened to your own individual family, all you got to do is contact somebody that's an elder in your family. They're going to tell you. Come to them with those type of questions. That's actually how you begin genealogical research on your family members anyway. You go have a conversation with the elders of your family members. Start writing it down. Take a camera if need be. They're walking libraries. My grandfather hated that I said that, but they're walking libraries, guys. They know what happened, okay? And just think about that. With my grandfather being born in 1936, that means that what? His mother was born early 1900, 1901, 2. I can't remember. I don't have that in front of me. But guess what? Her mother, look at how close that is, guys. Let's just say each generation was 30 years back. Let's just say, for example, because there's no set number, but let's just say it's 30 years back. So we go back 30 years, each generation. It's not that hard to pinpoint if your ancestors were slaves or not. Why? Because that story would get passed down. That story would have been passed down. Not only that, you would find by records indentures, which is a contract. You would find indentures to see if somebody filled out that application for employment, because that's mainly what it was. And if they were working, it would indicate that. It will also, and I show people examples of what indentures look like, but no, they much rather listen to somebody blind and know we came from Africa, and that's not the case. That's not the case for everybody. In fact, it's so, as far as the Africans is concerned, before they came here, Jamaicans were here. Everybody from Central and South America were here, back and forth. Those are our brothers and sisters. Right there. There you go. The Africans would be considered our distant cousins if you want to make the correlation as far as a family line is concerned. But technically, I also told people that there's no such thing as an African, because the people that use that terminology were of pale face, of the Afri tribe. Those were all pale faces. And we clinged on to that idea. And some of those people that moved from that landmass in North Africa to South Africa still call themselves Africans right now, but it's pronounced Afrikaners with a K. And their native language, and which they're Dutch people, by the way, but their native tongue is Afrikaans. Of Dutch descent, by the way. I show people this. This is the reason why Umar Johnson don't want no smoke with me. Because I'm telling them, look, here go the records. These white folks took you off your land mentally. Mentally. And by the paper, the pen and paper. It was a paper genocide that happened to us. Yes, wars happen, but the real genocide was by the pen and paper. And I keep telling people, listen, the only way you're really going to find out is if you go back and start talking to your elders of your family members, jot that stuff down, see what happened. Some of them could have been working on the railroad. Some of them could have been owning the railroad. Some of them, or train station, whatever. They could have been conductors. They could have been, it's so many different things they could just look and see. Just look and see. You might mess around and notice that they were involved in these wars and they opened up a freedman's bank account. Cha-ching! That's money owed to y'all, because guess what? Abraham Lincoln said that money is not only owed to the people that opened up the bank account, it's owed to the descendants. That was in his own writing. And I mean, you want some reparations, then you go check. Go check and see if they were involved in these wars and opened up a freedman bank account. That's in my book as well, by the way. I told you about that. And I also tell people in my book, even if you were adopted, it's no excuse. Here's what you do. I'm telling you, the reason why I wrote that book is because when I went viral on Facebook, 7 million views, my very first video, I was just on there, on camera, showing people my records. At my grandfather's house, matter of fact. The second video, I was on my grandfather's front porch. Another 7 million. Then right after that, YouTube took me right off. I mean, Facebook. I'm talking about I couldn't post. They were going ham. Slapped me with 30 days, then 90 days right after that. No, they didn't give me no reason. And then right after the 90 days, they permanently locked me out. But by that time, I had already created a YouTube channel. But people, it's a reason why they don't want you to know this. It's a reason why our own people that look like you and I is coming at me. And it never fails. It's always like late 30s, early 40s and up that turn their nose up because they lazy. That's what it is. They lazy. Meanwhile, I'm talking to these youngins and they like, Dane, keep going. I'm talking about college professors. I'm talking about, listen, I speak to so many different people to help them, influence them to get this stuff done because it is a way to do it. I showed you the basics, so it's no excuse. I simplified that book based off of the conversations that I was having with people from 2015 all the way up to, I think I released that in 2016 originally, and it was a PDF at first. I didn't even have it as a book. And then I said, I was getting blasted by so many people. I said, forget it, let me make it a book. So it ain't gonna be no, oh, Dane, I can't contact you. There it is, it's on Amazon. And it's gonna get to you in probably 3 or 4 days. It's no excuse. You gonna get that and don't, I got the book. Don't sit up there and be like, yeah, I got the book and don't do nothing with it, because technically it's an instructional guide. I'm telling you literally step by step what to do. Literally. Now, of course, the books that I'm releasing now and the book I just did with my wife, those are books with research in it. But that one was an instructional guide. So it's no excuse. It can get done. People just got to put their mind on it. Look, you've been lied to. This whole history crap that they gave us, that they fed us in school, is a lie. That's why I said at the beginning of that video that I asked KP to play, I said, they would say that history was written by the victors, but I would have to disagree with them. Only because a loser will have the audacity to write a story to make it seem as if they won when they didn't. Only a loser would do that, not a winner. Keep in mind, because if they were the real winners, then why are they not bragging in these museums on who these captains of these so-called slave ships are? No, but they give you the general this and the lieutenant general that when it comes to the Civil War, right? But they don't give you a captain of a slave ship in a museum. And this is the story that they beat in your head, and we letting them get away with it. And I made them change them numbers. How you gonna go from 12.5 million to 392,000, then all the way down to 92,000 so-called slaves coming from Africa? Where are those records? But you know what they turn around and tell you? No, the records stop in 1800s. You can't go further back than that. Well, how come you can tell me about something that happened in 1619? Liar. The records don't stop in the 1800s. They lying. If that was the case, then why the census started in 1790? That very next year, they created the patent office so they could stop patenting your ideas. Listen to how they set that up. They couldn't do it. They couldn't make it without us from the get-go. From the get-go. This government, I'm telling you, we got to turn this stuff upside down, y'all. And there's only one way for us to do it. It's for us to be cognizant of each, everybody's story is going to be different. Everybody's story is going to be different. But like I said before, the similarity is going to be the fact that, yeah, we're indigenous to this land. Clearly, you're going to be able to find that out by records. Clearly. Inside of my book, I give you the microfilms where you can check out those vessel lists to see if your ancestors' names are on there. If they not, guess what? Guess what? And I told you, when you look at those records, you're going to notice that ain't going to be nothing but pale faces coming off of those boats. And that's why I told y'all the real Africans was them. They used that terminology. We adapted that term to consider that whole landmass Africa. I put up a guy on my channel from Ghana, and he told you what they considered the entire landmass. In his native tongue, he said it's called a bliblum. Does that sound like Africa? No. He said and in the same video, he said if you go ask my mother what Africa is, she not gonna know what you talking about. Because she don't speak English. It's only Africans that speak English that's gonna be able to, some of them gonna tell you the truth, and some of them is just gonna fall in line with this government. They're gonna think nothing of you, kick you up under the rug. But it's a lot of them that I know for a fact that don't got no cut cards that's gonna tell it just like how it is. They not us. We not them. That don't mean we don't gotta get along, or we do gotta get along. We cool. We fine. But they over here for a reason. Y'all? We not over in Africa for a reason too. Listen to that. They over here for a reason, but we not over there in Africa for a reason too. They over here to build up their resources, to give it back to those family members that they do have in parts of Africa that we call Africa. That's what they doing. And they fighting tooth and nail for that. And they not really trying to go back to Africa. They fighting to get their nationality card. Right now, they want that dual citizenship so they can go back and forth, just like a lot of these politicians got dual citizenship. A lot of them are foreign descent. This government is a foreign government ran by foreigners. Straight up. We could say, okay, well, this generation that we see right now was native to America. That's why I told y'all to stop calling yourselves native. Anybody that was born here will be considered a native, even if their father was from Germany and their mother from Hungary. That person will be considered a Native American. But when you're indigenous to this land, that means that your blood is in the soil, in the dirt of whatever landmass Okay? In our case, it's this one. It's Turtle Island. It's the motherland. You can find out if your bloodline will go back to any parts of Africa or any other part of the world, like Europe, for example. It's not hard. Some people do have European blood, but it's not all. Some people do have some kinfolk in Africa, but it's not all. I said the majority of us were always here. It's time for people to wake up. It ain't time for the, well, Dane, I don't believe you. It sound good, but if you don't believe me, good. Write it down and go ask your own family members. You waiting for me to give you the answer when your elders got the answer. But how we gonna trust our grandparents over scientists? You know what scientists are? Do you know what scientists are? Right now, look, I'm gonna tell you right now, do you trust that vaccine enough? Well, you gonna trust a scientist to tell you, look, that's gonna prevent? Well, I remember at first they told her, I'm not gonna say nothing to get your channel.
Okay.
No, I'm just gonna say they told us originally that was set there to prevent that from coming. Then a few months later, it came with those people that took it, right? Popped up. But you still trust the scientists. Some of them scientists will consider those bones happening years and thousands of years ago when they were just born in, they were just born in the 70s? They were just born in the 60s? Where's the chart? Or where's the proof that you could determine? Keep in mind they're using estimates, a guess, assumptions. That's complete speculation. That has not been verified. But what we do? We give people credit based off of their title right now. Oh, well, that person's a doctor. He's more creditable. That just shows all of those titles. It just shows how indoctrinated, how indoctrinated that person is in the industrial society right now. It's always been that way, and it's still that way. This is the reason why when you come out of college and you graduate with a bachelor's degree, for example, why is it so hard for you to get a job? You think that's about to happen overnight? Yeah, I got my bachelor's. I'm gonna get the 60 to 70,000 a year. It don't work like that. Meanwhile, you in debt. On top of that, you in debt twice. You in debt as soon as you sign over that birth certificate. And then you in debt because you owe the college or university that you went to if you didn't have a free ride. Books included. You gotta worry about that. That doctrine degree ain't nothing to brag about. That bachelor's degree ain't nothing to brag about. A piece of paper don't indicate that you're intelligent. That doesn't make you more creditable. To what degree have you been indoctrinated? That's what that's about. To what degree? That's when they know they could use you in certain areas. I mean, a lot of these corporations will hire you in certain managerial roles depending on your degree. You got associate's degree, you're associate manager. Bachelor's degree, general manager. Am I lying? That's how I go. Industrialism. That's been happening since the late 1700s. And meanwhile, back in the late 1700s, it was the women and the children working in those factories. Women and children working in the factories. Where were the men? Fighting each other. Wasn't that many of them. Factories were exploding. Those people were dying And I mean that. Y'all can look this up. They were dying. Women and children. White folks too, by the way. White folks too. When Francis Galton came up with eugenics, that was his way to try to figure out what happened to their own race. Where did they come from? That was basically a guess again. They were theorizing. Again, they didn't know what was going on. He was influenced by Charles Darwin and his grandfather, natural selection. They used all of that pseudoscience, mushed it over to anthropology, smashed it all together with biology. All science now. All science. That's why I said the scientists ain't got, all you're doing is repeating another stranger again. And then you're going to give that person more credit because they got a title. Again. That's just, we better listen to Massa because that's the Massa. That's the same thing. No, don't do that now because Massa said you doing it again. Modern version. Break the chains off of your brain. Break them. The reason why I'm here to make you think is because you're not thinking for yourself again. That's why I don't give you speculation. I give you something to critically think about. Hands down. This is the reason why I'm different from a lot of people that might even regurgitate the same information that I put out. You may see them. You may hold them up high. The difference between me and them is that they still reading books. I'm beyond that. I'm beyond the books. I'm out in the field. I'm touching the people. I'm talking to them. I'm getting stuff done. And I'm still going to put this information out in books and videos, and I'm going to put it on a larger scale too. That's the next route. We're going to touch them. We're going to force the changes. But I can't sit up here and change everybody's life. That's up to you. All we need is 13%. We'll be able to, everybody else going to follow suit. They ain't going to have no choice after that point. We need to take back over what's ours. We just letting these foreigners take it over. And I told you about immigration reform. All they got to do is come over here. It doesn't matter where they're from, guys, and it doesn't matter the skin complexion. They could come over in here and say, right now, still to this day, and say, I'm here seeking asylum. That I'm here seeking asylum. That's my wife texting me. And the government told you that they are, hold on, I'm reading the text message at the same time. Oh, she researches. See, my wife involved too. She just said, look what I found. And that's a document. Hold on, I'm gonna look at it in a second. Shout out to my baby. I love you, baby. Hey. But so hold on, damn, she threw me off because I got excited right there. Like, hold on. What I was just saying, oh man, come on, hun. Oh man, that was a point I was trying to make. But y'all lucky. Woo, y'all lucky right there. Grief, I can't remember what I was just saying right there. See, I do want to pull that up. I mean, it's fire when she putting up the fire emotes. Like, look, I didn't got her involved in that too. And this was a couple of years ago. I got her involved in research, and that's what this about. We get hyped off this stuff, discovering this stuff. Well, I don't care who. Honestly, I don't care who I piss off. So what? So what? The truth is always a hard pill to swallow. You could call me all sorts of names, and this Dane got this going on. And you don't know me for real. None of those folks met me a day in my life. Keep in mind, I'm a content creator putting this stuff out. Y'all in the comments commenting. What that got to do with it? Like, you think if you turn around and tell KP, oh no, KP, I don't like that. You think that's gonna stop KP from making music? You think you gonna stop stop me from putting out this information. You got another thing coming. You got another thing coming. That's why it's only certain few that's in the forefront, because they got the balls to do it. How about that one? They got the balls to do it. Meanwhile, some of them people that's in the, some, not all, some of the people in the comments scared, so they keyboard warring. That's what they doing. Typing on their phone, and they be mad, putting in the capital letters and everything. You think that's gonna stop me? I'm gonna get this truth out regardless of who like it or not. But the land situation, oh man, y'all so lucky. When I listen to this, I would be pissed at myself because I lost my train of thought right there. But to get back to the land situation, I wanted to talk about that because I think that is the key. Once people notice that their ancestors owned acres and acres and I'm talking about acres of land, that's a big deal. That land is going to be worth a lot of money. Like right now, if you go to Zillow, for example, and just type in, pick a state and type in 20 acres of land and go check and see how much that's going to cost you right now. And just imagine if you were the owner selling it. I'm not telling you to sell it, but I'm just saying. Just imagine if you wanted to do it that way. Maybe you didn't want to pay the property tax. The best way to get out of that is to own the land. Anyway. Because see, for example, like if you own a house, for example, if you own a house, do you own the land that the house is on? Nope. The reason why, and the reason why that's important, the reason why I'm pointing that out, is because if something go wrong and the government say, all right, we switching this all up, they're going to have the right to do so. Why? Because they own the land. We switching this all up. We're going to knock down that house. You're going to have to live in a hotel. Like, God forbid, say for instance, something happened where you living in the house, don't own the land that the house is on, and what? And you pass away and you wanted to hand that down to your children. It ain't gonna work like that. Ain't gonna work like that. It's gonna go to the owner of the land. It's gonna go right back to the banks. It won't ever fail unless you start buying this land. That's why this land is so important. That's why the land is so important. This is the reason why they did all of this in order for them to manipulate the records.
Was you talking immigration?
The numbers and take the land. How I say it again?
Was you talking immigration reform? Somebody in the chat said that's what you was talking about.
Immigration reform. Oh, yeah. What was I saying? I was talking about immigration reform.
Go down, sir. The chat room come through.
Okay. Basically, all they have to do, let me repeat it again.
The immigrants coming.
The foreigners right now, even still to this day, it doesn't matter the skin complexion, they could come over here right now and state, I'm just here seeking asylum. And they don't have to follow by any general immigration rules that the government set up right now. And I gave people examples. I said, look, when people was asking Biden, I'm gonna simplify this because I know how YouTube do when we get on this topic. But when people was asking Biden, hey, what about those immigrants that are coming over here? Are they being tested? And they were really pushing that stuff off, not trying to give an answer. It's because no, they're exempt. They're exempt from general immigration restrictions. I put that out there on top of that too, just in case you wanted to, y'all wanted to Google it up real quick. I don't think it's gonna pop up quick. Might have to do some more Googling. That's why I hate, I think my thing is anything that is easily accessible is questionable. I don't like that, because it could have been modified. It could have been adjusted. They probably inserted their own propaganda. You got to be careful, especially with the first 100 pages of Google. All that stuff is set up and designed for you to go off of their propaganda only. First thing you see is Wikipedia, and then the CEO of Wikipedia told you not to trust nothing on Wikipedia. It was infiltrated. The founder came out and said not to trust that. Don't trust anything on Wikipedia. In fact, if you go to Wikipedia right now, I think they have a message, something like this. I'm paraphrasing, where they saying that the information on this on Wikipedia, basically, I'm paraphrasing once again, it can't be held against the founders or, you know, against something like that. Basically, they ain't got, that's their disclaimer. Like, how can you trust something like that? Yeah, they gonna have the basic information, like maybe somebody's birth date and where they were born, if that, you know, sometimes they get that wrong. I mean, look at Nat Turner. But I'm just saying, how can you trust that as far as research is concerned? Like, you know, I mean, and people just because it's Alexa and it's done by Amazon, you gonna trust Alexa with giving you the right answer. You're going to trust AI over you doing your own research. Stop being lazy. Stop being lazy. See, back then, the reason why I'm different from people, especially back then, is because back then they didn't have the internet. They had certain libraries, but they were basing everything off of people's books. That's why I said I'm beyond books. Because you got to go, because see, it's so big, guys. I know I'm jumping right here. It's so big that when I travel to different states, I know that straight up, every single state is a totally different country. Straight up, totally different. It's not the same. I mean, of course, you're going to say that's obvious, but I mean that, though. All the way down to how it feels, the atmosphere, the everything. Like, I mean, of course, they still spraying chaff in the air, but I'm just saying, it's just different. You get different vibes. It's different cultures. And I mean, I'm talking about you could go from, say for instance, you go from New York and go to California, and I'm sure a lot of y'all did that, but it's a totally different culture. It's a totally different country. Every single one of these landmasses are different countries. Period. We just happen to call them states, but they're actually estates because they have owners. Each and every time. Who are these owners? We need to call them out. Who are these owners of these estates? And who told them that they can have the rights to these lands? Did we sign off on that? No. We did not. We ain't sign off on none of that. And how come they all pale faces? I mean, do we have any owner right now, you know, that's a Niji descent? Or, I mean, you know, as people say, a black? No. Just like how they got with the NBA teams, the NFL teams. And don't you dare say Jordan, because he don't own 100% of that team. They just got that nigga out there because he the face and he Jordan. Just like how Nike did his shoes. Same thing. Meanwhile, they caking. Them big corporations. Estates. We got to make some adjustments here. We can't just let this continue on and let all these people from the 60s and the 70s, come on, y'all, we got to go vote. And we got to get this person and man, we did all that already. And ain't nothing changed. It's time for some real change. We don't got to go down and march and cry and beg and scream and yell. We don't got to do none of that. That's a waste of energy. Let's do something that's really positive. Because see, keep in mind, there's no rule or regulation stating that we can't do any of this on our own. We can govern ourselves. So here you go, Dane, talking solutions again. We could do this on our own. We can have our own government. And we did this before, by the way. I showed people that. We already had everything. We just need to do it again. We need to do it again. And if they get jealous this time, oh well, like, get over it. Because everybody else got theirs. Everybody else got theirs. Everybody. And all we doing is battling against each other. No, we Africans, Dane. We Africans. And I'm over here, no, we're indigenous to this land. Honestly, this is a silly argument. You don't know nothing about Africa. You can't even name 5 tribes off the top of your head right now. Unless you Googling. And that's no shot to anybody specifically. I'm speaking in general. We got told this crap in school. We all got indoctrinated. Every single one of it. And guess what? The so-called pale faces got indoctrinated with the exact same information. That was purposely done. That was done that way to confuse the people, to separate the people, to keep them blind. In order for some 1%, just like I told people how Woodrow Wilson said, they only reserve, I'm quoting, they only reserve the liberal education for the 1%. So who was involved in that? That's how I know the whole education system need to be revamped. Top, bottom. It ain't for us.
Hey, we got some super chats we want to read real quick for you, Dane. Is that cool?
Go ahead, brother.
All right, go ahead.
A lot of them are just shout outs. We've got shout out to Gavin Joseph McDonald. Shout out to Balliet Brand. He says, cheers, Hexicans. Sister Bethy says, salute Killer Priest and nephew Dane Callaway. Dane Tana says,
OCO, Sister Bethy.
Dane Tana says, salute to KP and Dane.
Hey.
OCO.
Chris W says, if you're not open-minded, you're on the wrong channel.
That's right.
Exactly.
Stranger says, history important. The wonderful is temporary, though. All right. Dominic Green says, Geechee Gula in here, Georgetown SC. Peace, y'all.
Peace.
Sister Bethy says, don't start the hater behavior. Respect. She's talking to the chat room. Chris W says, a lot of people in the chat in their emotions.
Hey.
They're going to be.
Donkey says,
They're going to be.
Donkey says, is the Harriet Tubman story as we know it a fictional story?
Yes, it's a fictional story. I have a book out called False Heroes, False Hopes. I got all of my research in there. But I can tell you right now, Harriet Tubman is a fictional character created by Sarah Bradford of Geneva, England, in an act of Congress in 1869. And I showed everybody that by record. I'm not making that up. Fictional character, top, bottom.
All right. Shout out to Jeremy Burt.
And Nat Turner, too.
Whoa.
Nat Turner was created originally by the Richmond Whig newspaper, and Thomas Ruffin Gray ran with it and said, let me give him an alias last name, and he hurried up and copyrighted it and published it as a book called The Confessions of Nat Turner.
All right.
1831. Another fictional character. He wasn't real neither.
We got a question here for you from DH. He says, Dane, peace. Recent genome analysis revealed 6% of Puerto Ricans have Native American mitochondria, 27% African, 12% Caucasian. Can you explain?
I don't trust any genealogy. I don't trust any DNA with mitochondria doesn't change anyway, but we got to understand the difference. We got to understand the difference between the two. We can't compare that, okay, with, for example, genealogy DNA test results, because they're going off of living people. You can't tell somebody their historical makeup, their historic genetic makeup overall based on comparing their data with other living people. That's not how it works. You got to dig up these graves and touch them bones. And then it's got, like, each generation is multiplied by 4. So guess how many times they got to do that? That technology doesn't exist. So when they tell you, well, this was in Africa, this was Indonesia, that's BS. That's all entertainment. And they even genealogists came out and stated that. I put that on my channel as well. Strictly for entertainment.
All right. DH says, typo, that was 61% Native American. Okay, Cortez says, this is a show and prove show. Much love to Dane, but why come twice without the documents or references to back up what you say?
I come with the documents and records every time I come out with a video on my channel, a documentary on my channel. I mean, just because I just came off of a plane and just got here and don't have something to present to you right now, don't disaband my credibility at all. I mean, if you really wanted to do something, I told you to go start asking go ask your elders and your family members. Or you could start getting some ideas of where I'm coming from by going to my channel and going back and seeing that I present records and documents. Just because I don't have them right now at this very moment because I hurried up and got here literally, don't mean nothing. You got work to do. I'm just presenting the information. You could write down what I state and look it up for yourself.
Yeah, and for those at home, Dane's link tree is in the description. Strangers asking if this is a presentation just talking. I think you answered that already. Divine Unique says 1 degree bachelor's, etc., is only 1 degree. Meanwhile, there is still 359 degrees left in a complete cipher. Thus, just because a person has a degree doesn't mean they know everything, respectfully. So
Correct.
He's agreeing with you there.
That is absolutely correct.
Reggie says he was talking immigration reform. Oh, yeah, that's when he was... Monster Mouth says DNA results, please.
Yeah, I just told you about DNA. Once again, you're basing it off of other living people. You're gonna have to dig up my ancestors' graves. And look, and guess what? You can't do that without documentation anyway. Because how can you? I mean, of course, they could use some spit and saliva and probably match it up with your sisters and brothers, maybe all the way to your grandmother, grandfather. But that's it. They're not gonna be able to tell you your distant cousins, your distant grandmothers, and like I said, each generation is multiplied by 4. That technology does not exist, guys. That's strictly entertainment. Once again, they're handing you a piece of paper. Remember when I told you earlier that a piece of paper doesn't mean that you make you intelligent? Yeah, a piece of paper is not. It works the same way. It can't tell you your genetic makeup. Straight up. Like, think about that. Now, think logically, though. That's not based off of speculation. That's critical thinking. You can't do that with other living people. That's impossible. Especially when they're distant. I'm not talking about direct, distant.
All right. We got Stranger says, Dane's like Cootie Mayo minus library evidence. Shout out to Miriam TV. Sister Bethy says, shout out to all you haters of Dane Callaway.
Man, look. Line them up.
Yeah.
Line them up. Because see, keep in mind, even though it could be some haters, once again, they in the comments, you know how many lives I changed? I could brag about that all day long. I'm changing lives hourly. I'm changing lives by the minute. And all y'all people that's hating and turning their nose up right now, all it is laziness. You're just not trying to get the work done. You want to have some type of excuse. Call me outside my name and, oh well, that's not my problem. That's yours. But once again, we only need 13% to make the change. Y'all gonna follow suit later.
Scorpio 81 says, talk about Harriet Tubman and Nat Turner, Dane. Hurt everyone's feelings. Yep.
I just did.
Sister Bethy says, shout out to Killer Priest for this build. Stranger says, New York and Cali the same. Hoods is hoods.
I'm not talking about the hoods. And New York and California are not the same. They're not the same. I mean, that's anybody that says that is a person that hasn't traveled. They're not the same. It's a totally different atmosphere.
Scorpio 81 says, KP, thanks for this discussion. Kenneth Miller says, shout out to Dane and KP for not letting Menk and Rasul play agent. Well, Kappa Gamma TV says, Dane, how do you feel about Cootie Mayo and the information he puts out, such as the Mississippi River being the Nile?
I like her, Mayo.
Okay. Let's see. I think we got just a couple more here. Almost done. Let's see. Fella B says, true talk about the land tax in Australia is 25%. Mad respect from down under, the land of the Aboriginals. That's Fella B from Australia. Kappa Gamma says, what?
And even the Australians know. The Australians, Canada, like the First Nations of Canada, all of them know. The Hawaiians, they know. It's us. Everybody waiting on us right now. And I said this before. Everybody is waiting on us. Because as soon as we wake up, we can take it back over, guys. It's sitting right there waiting for us. How long are we going to let these foreigners control us? How long? What we waiting for? Superman? Jesus? Who we waiting for? Santa Claus? We gotta do it.
Yep. And last one. What's a distant grandmother? Famron. That's weird. Famron. F-A-M apostrophe Ron. Famron? I don't know.
What?
Kappa Gamma TV. You see it, Priest? What's a distant grandmother? Famron. I don't know.
I'm not sure what that part meant right there, but
Yeah.
I mean, it depends. Like, it could be somebody in a different continent. It could be somebody in a different country. I mean, it depends on how that person would, consider a distant grandmother. I mean, that we could consider from New York to California long distance. You got to press 1 before you dial that number. That will be considered distant. I mean, it depends on, what they're looking at.
Scorpio 81's asking, Dane, speak on the 1619 project, please.
The 1619 project. Let's go. Where should I begin? The Virginia Department of Historic Resources created a story. Now, I do have this white guy's name that originally started this story with the Virginia Department of Historic Resources. I just don't have it right in front of me. But he was used to create the stories on the historic markers that you see throughout Virginia, the state of Virginia. And I got to the point where I grabbed my own records by way of the Spanish National Archives to find out, and our archives to find out what happened in Virginia with the 1619 story. That's how I discovered that the first so-called Africans didn't arrive in Jamestown. And this is what I said before, and I actually traveled there. This is still on my channel. And documented it. They changed it. Who they were quoting from when they said the 20 and odd Africans was John Roth. John Roth got himself involved in a couple of Cherokee bands. Okay, I'm not going to consider him technically a full-fledged Cherokee, but he was. They're going to say that he was. Some of them will mix him up with John Smith, or who, these stories have been crossed up so many times, but he was involved with Pocahontas. Now, I'm not going to get into Pocahontas out of me knowing some of their ancestors, okay? So I'm not going to get into that particular story. I would want them to tell you. But yeah, that story has been chopped and screwed left and right. But yeah, and she was a real person, but a lot of the story was incorrect. And shout out to their big chief of all of the Virginia Indians, but the Powhatan Indians, like that's their entire family right there. But that's who John Roth was involved with, allegedly, during this time. Now, but what he was working for was the Virginia Company of London, by way of documenting in his journal what was going on with the trade of tobacco. Okay, he was going back and forth with the Virginia Company of London to tell them what was going on by way of prices, by way of their stocks, where it was being shipped to. He was just sat there as a spy or an informant, to write that down in his journal when his stuff got sent up to them in London. So in his journal, in which the Spanish National Archives does have, he indicated that it was 20 and odd Negras. Okay, now, which made me question if he had some form of Spanish twist to his tongue, because we know Negras, Negros, but I'm not too sure if he was just saying that because of what he was used to hearing around that time, and he adopted that particular slang. Because if you look at his original writing, it was in broken English on top of that. Like, he made sense, but it wasn't like a full, complete sentence like how we would state right now. But to simplify things, 20 and odd Negras, he also indicated that these Negras, which were females of a darker hue, came from the West Indies, and they spelled Indies differently from how they spell Indies now. Back then, the Indies was spelled with a Y instead of an I. Okay, now he was talking about documenting who was coming over by way of boat to purchase the tobacco at that time. Now, he was also telling them how many laborers they were receiving to help them with, well, not him, because he wasn't in. They're going to say that he was in charge of it, but he wasn't. It was the governor at that time that was in charge of it. John Rolfe was not the governor. He was literally just a spy. And if anything, he had a medical backfield on top of that. I know how they tried to twist that story up. I have a book that's coming out on this to go in full detail with the records. But he lied because he tried to say, he was basically trying to tell the Virginia Company of London that they had more than enough people to take over the tobacco run at that time during, I believe it was the summer of 1619. But at the same time, he was trying to have a way to make a living at the same time by holding on to particular stashes that he wasn't supposed to hold on to. To simplify things, he was biting the hand that fed him. And but once again, I'm gonna go into further detail on that side in the book. But in his journal, and this is what the Virginia Historic or Department of Historic Resources twisted. They switched it from being 20 and odd Negras to 20 and odd Negroes. If I'm not mistaken, their historical marker date was 1994, if I'm not mistaken, when they first changed it. And then they changed it again in, I forgot what year it was. I don't want to be wrong on that one, but it was later after that to 20 and odd Africans. That terminology wasn't even being used at that time. Now, they used the term Africa, but they didn't use the term African at that time because they were referring to people of the West Indies, literally. So with some of them speaking Spanish, it was Negras, Negros. That's why some of those people were getting, some of our people right now, nowadays, would get confused thinking that Negroes meant African right away, and that's not necessarily the case. In fact, that's not even what it means in Spanish. It's just a person of darker hue, period. Like that, I even heard this lady I used to talk to that spoke a form of Portuguese was telling me that they would even indicate that in Portugal, in the Portugal language, where like a Negro plant, meaning like a darker plant. And I never understood that until I figured out why they were doing it that way as far as the Negra and the Negro and like the male and the female versions of particular words. That was a long time ago. I understand it now. But back then I didn't, so I was gathering up all this information, trying to learn it at the same time. That's a totally different language for me. And that's the reason why I know that John Rolfe wasn't speaking it fluently. He was speaking some form of broken English or old English, because when you read his journal, it's you can still pinpoint what he's saying, but it's going to be kind of hard the way he wrote it. And but yeah, that's still being held by the Spanish National Archives right now, John Rolfe's journal, and that's where I got the information from, and why they changed the story. And I put this out that he also indicated that these people didn't arrive first in Jamestown, Virginia. They arrived in Point Comfort, Virginia, which was also later called Fort Monroe, Virginia, now known as Hampton, Virginia. And that's where they first arrived, because that particular ship, which was, I believe, I'm not in front of that, I believe that was the Dutch warship. But no, it was, I believe that was both of them were Dutch ships, but I believe that was the Treasure War. If I'm not mistaken, once again, I'm not in front of that, but that person was lost. And the captain name was John Jope. That's the captain of that particular ship. He was lost. Now, originally, he was supposed to arrive in Jamestown's port, but at that time, it was called James City. This is another reason why people can't find that information. It was called James City with 2 T's. I also have those records. That's about to be put in my book as well. But he got lost. There's no GPS at that time. I mean, we talking, 1600s anyway. So he landed in what they now call Hampton, and I also show people by way of video what that port looks like now. And that was a lot of land to cover on top of that. And Jamestown is, it's a good distance away from Hampton. You know, I mean, they're still in the same state, but that's a good distance away from each other. But to wrap that up, now they're creating a 1619 project story in order to keep up that African part, in order to keep that lie going. And they also were considering them slaves, but they were children. They were kidnapped. And I also showed people the earlier depictions. One of them was created in the 1700s, showing that those people were fully clothed, the ones that they kidnapped from the West Indies, and they were children. Straight up, whether if it was male or female, I want to say male or female, because in the depiction itself that I'm talking about, a few of them could look like little boys.
So I'll be right back.
But negras is an indicator that they were females. But yeah, that was all incorrect. That was totally incorrect, and they just wanted to sell the story, and that's how they make their money. The Virginia Department of Historic Resources, people come visit. That's the reason why they tried to create that Nat Turner insurrection thing as well. I show people that in my book. That this is all for tourist attractions. They make billions of dollars. That's a big industry for tourist attraction. In fact, I believe they're number 2 as far as I'm talking about Virginia is concerned, as far as historic attractions, making billions of dollars. I put the numbers out there. I just can't quote it right now. I don't have nothing in front of me. But yeah, I mean, that's what it's about. It's just making money for the state. That's all that was about.
All right.
As far as it being true, some of that was true, but it was just manipulated to make it look like one thing when it was another.
All right, we got a few more that popped in. Let's see. Ricky Cherry says, it's funny how they will criticize Brother Dane, yet they have no evidence back up their own comments.
It won't ever fail.
Joshua Brown says, love the show, KP. Dane, I asked my grandmother. She said her grandmother was 100% Native American Indian, and her grandfather was an African slave from Savannah.
Okay.
Bravehawk says, at Dane Callaway, please kill the FBA talk. We not black.
Yeah, I don't see, that's another thing, guys. You know, I disagree with a lot of things that Tariq Nasheed says, but the major thing that he says that I disagree with is that term black. Now I understand why he's talking about foundational America. I understand where he's coming from, because technically, yeah, we set the foundation for America to be America. But that black term, I don't get. Because when you look at our skin complexion, we're different shades of the color brown. So that's an indicator that that term black means a totally different thing. So what does it mean? Well, I mean, when we look at the color spectrum, black, I mean, and I'm just simplifying things right now, black is without the light. Like, it's complete darkness, okay? And in this case, white will represent all the spectrum colors. Now, I know people will say, well, I mean, well, that depends on what you look at, but I'm talking about the spectral color, not necessarily the crayon color, okay? Well, you can, yeah, but hear me out on that. But the reason why I'm trying to let you guys know that the term black is not the thing that we should be using is because this government uses it differently. Remember earlier in this conversation, I was telling you about titles. That's mainly what that is. That's a social construct title. That's a status. What status are you on in this government? Because if you look at it, if you can't see black, that means that it's non-existent. So how would the government use it? Well, if you label yourself black, then you're non-existent. Notice how every time we try to bring up an issue when it comes to so-called black people, they get ignored as if they're non-existent. I mean, this been happening ever since. And I told people that the term black was derogatory, just like the term nigger. It's still derogatory, actually, but it was originally derogatory in the 1950s and the early 1960s. People didn't like that term. That's why they disagreed with the Black Panther Party and using the term black power. In order for that to take place, they had to use college students that didn't mind adapting to new ideas at that time. But it came and it bit them. It bit them. But this government ran with that because that's what they wanted to do anyway. So, but once again, it's detaching you from who you really are, a social construct. And that's not even being politically correct. The politically correct term is African American, which is a misnomer anyway. Because, I mean, African American. Okay, so where's the African Europeans? Where's the European Americans? How come that's not being done? Why do we have to have 2 continents as our title or classification of race? We did not agree to this stuff, guys. These, once again, foreigners creating the stuff. But yeah, when it comes to, not to go too far into that, but when it comes to the term black, the government looks at you as if you're dead. You're non-existent. You're dead in law. Non-existent. That's why I said I disagree with that term black, and it still doesn't represent our skin complexion. Well, Dane, what about the culture? But that culture didn't start into the 60s anyway, 1964 to be exact. We don't have to continue that thing on. First of all, we didn't even come up with that. Foreigners came up with that. They just manipulated the college students who were still children into thinking that that was something that they need to hold on to politically in order to get some recognition in this government. And guess what? The government ignored them. Still to this very day, they're doing the same thing. That's why I disagree with the term black.
All right, we got Seventh Son says, "What's up, Dane? I mentioned putting you on here a year ago. What's up with the bullies? Peeps on here don't know." Stranger says, "Which tribe did your surname Callaway come from?"
Well, I mean, technically, the Callaway surname, see, I know where people are going to go. I told you guys where surnames came from originally. We didn't adopt European surnames or foreign surnames. I showed you that surnames were universal. They could be used, and I showed you different types of surnames as well. A lot of our people created their own. We didn't adopt the employer or AKA slave master's last name just because they were possibly manumitted or freed. No, we said, okay, well, this is our name right now. Like, for example, it's people right now that have different names that probably just because they liked it, but that doesn't mean that that person is from where that name originated. For example, like you could pick one, but yeah, in most cases, the surnames itself was from here originally. Keep in mind the term English, or the language English, Spanish, French, those were all trade languages. Those are called lingua francas. Okay? Now, and lingua francas is another means to state that they were all a mix of indigenous languages and some languages of other cultures. So that doesn't necessarily mean that we got it from, for example, England or any parts of Europe. That means that we created our own at that particular point. We might have pulled bits and specks, but that doesn't mean that you could trace somebody back to England based off of their surname. That's not how it works.
All right. Just got one more in here. Let's see. Umi Rose says, "The rabbit hole is deep. My face fits the proof." I think they have a rabbit there. All right, Priest, that is it for the super chats. Do you have any questions? Go ahead.
No, he's just going in. He's going in.
And if you want more information on the surnames, I'm trying to think of the name of that video right now. But it's on my channel. Matter of fact, just give me a second. Let me try to pull it out right now, because I do want to know the name of that.
Okay.
Because I went into detail. 1 second. Let me try to pull the name up.
Pull up that last super chat.
Yeah, we got 3 super chats just popped up right now.
Shout out to K9 in the building. Shout out to Mark Buddha in the building.
All right, here we go. It's called "The Untold Truth About the Surnames of Slaves in America." 345K views. Watch that one. Oh, and I also recommend that you watch my video on the original name of Africa, for those of you that are interested. And by the way, I debunked the Aukibulin in that video. I told you where that was created, and that was just created in 2014 by a foreigner, by the way.
Wow.
All right, we got Kenneth Miller says, tell him about Marcus Garvey, Walter Plecker, and Stokely Carmichael, Dane.
Stokely Carmichael was the breach of the civil rights movement. Stokely Carmichael was set in actually 1964 when he became, and once again, we're going right back to that, when he became the chairman of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Okay. Once again, he was, side by side with Martin Luther King at that time, but he was set to infiltrate Martin Luther King because at that time, Martin Luther King flipped the script from civil rights, okay, to freedom now. In other words, he was going for the lands. And if you guys can recall, one of the last speeches that you might have seen that was actually leaked from a documentary that wasn't supposed to come out, where at the end of that conversation, he said, we're coming to get our check. But that campaign was called the Poor People's Campaign. There was a lot of our people involved, a lot of other people involved. All different races were involved in the Poor People's Campaign because they were in support of us getting our lands back. And we're not just talking 40 acres and a mule. Guys, this was way more than 40 acres. Those Homestead Acts, what Martin Luther King was referring to, had to deal with acres and acres and acres of land. I'm talking about in the millions, guys. But yeah, and it's the reason why he was infiltrated. Stokely Carmichael was set to breach that civil rights movement, to push the Freedom Now movement away and to bring in Black Power at that time as the movement, by way of the college students during that time period, so they could get back to trying to get some type of civil rights politically. The government was doing that. The government wanted the attention away from what happened to our ancestors, and that was the route that Martin Luther King was going his last three years of his life. In order to say, hey man, this government did us wrong. Once he did his research and found out what was happening at that time and what happened in the past, he flipped the script. The government didn't like it. They set it out to assassinate him. And that's what happened. But yeah, they used Stokely Carmichael first to get that done. He was the plant. As far as Marcus Garvey, I have a movie coming out on that. I don't want to give my Marcus Garvey information away because I know I have people listening, and they're going to write that down. My Noble Jew Ali stuff, Marcus Garvey, all of that stuff is in my movie called Master Teachers, and I am going to bring that out, but I'm going to push it out on Amazon. But I did that movie years ago, but I just wanted to make sure that I got a lot of eyes on that one. Because I'm talking about all the master teachings, including Louis Farrakhan, all of them, the good, the bad, the ugly, and I have a lot of people in that doc that you're gonna recognize. Some of them you don't, but it's time to get the truth out about what happened and how we were led astray. And I'm not knocking the sevens, I'm not knocking the 1%ers, I'm not knocking nobody, I'm not knocking nobody's belief. It's not about that. It was about the infiltration, okay? Because that started at the top of the 1900s, and it had to deal with that time period where you saw Elijah Muhammad walking in, okay? And influencing some of those leaders that you may be familiar with. Like I said, the Noble Jew Ali's. Not Elijah Muhammad, y'all. I'm sorry. I meant to say, oh my goodness. Farrak Muhammad. Farrak Muhammad was doing a lot of influencing. And he influenced Elijah Muhammad, Noble Jew Ali, Wentworth Arthur Matthew. All of that stuff, I'm telling you, all of that stuff is inside of that documentary. And I'm breaking that down fully. And all the way to Marcus Garvey, Carter G. Woodson, W.E.B. Du Bois, Booker T. Washington. I got all of them included. I'm showing you the infiltrators, the instigators. Once again, the good, the bad, the ugly. So I'm going to hold my information on Marcus Garvey because I noticed only one person, I noticed that one person stated what I have in my documentary, just a bit and piece of it, and I don't want to put that out right now. And what was the other guy he said? So Stokely Carmichael, Marcus Garvey, and Walter Plecker. Walter Plecker was... he was the one that influenced the Virginia Assembly to change the records, the census records once again, to switch them from Indian to colored again. This happened again. And it's streamlined. This was called the Racial Integrity Act. This was an act that was, once again, it was influenced by the Virginia Assembly, but it streamlined and started hitting every other state. Okay, that was being ran at that time by particular members of the Democrats that, you know, they want to consider them Democrats, Dixiecrats, whatever one you want to choose, where they started burning certain facilities that were holding our records. Now, I also mentioned before that the Mormons jumped in. The Mormons are the Latter-day Saints jumped in and started confiscating some of our records, well, a lot of our records. In fact, the Latter-day Saints, and I told people this, have their hand involved in Ancestry.com. And you guys need to see who the owners are, because it's, once again, it's foreigners controlling our records. But yeah, I mean, all the way down to the microfilms. In fact, it's in Utah, in a big cave that has a big, huge door that could withstand a nuclear bomb. They spent a lot of money to hold these records. But, I mean, you know, of course they did. Once again, even the census came out and told you that they burnt records, burnt them down. They're gonna excuse it by way of some of the wars that happened. But yeah, Walter Plecker influenced that to happen. And started racially categorizing us something different. Once again, that's when you saw the push for color come about, especially around that time, top 1900s. But yeah, that's Walter Plecker.
All right. Let's see. Sister Bethy talking to the chat. She says, Dan is doing his job. Tell me why you're mad.
Hey.
Seventh Son says, Dane, explain black bully.
Black bully? You got to explain what that is to me. I don't know.
Yeah, he spelled it B-O-U-L-E. Black bully.
Oh, boule.
Oh, boule. My fault.
Another time. Let me do that another time.
Okay.
Because right now, let me explain something to you guys. The reason why I want to do that at another time is because I'm working on something that I'm getting ready to finally come out and start explaining that in full detail with you guys. Because I'm sure you got brushed on that information already by way of, I always give him the props, is Steve Coakley. Steve Coakley, the one that matter of fact, I could give y'all a book to help get you started. By what Steve Coakley helped me with this one too. It's called Bridges and Boundaries, African Americans and American Jews. Get this book, Bridges and Boundaries, African Americans and American Jews. This is a thick ass book, and it's talking about the relationship between us and the Jews. Okay, it has multiple different authors, and all of them are so-called Jews. But I need you to understand that there were good and bad that was going on at that time. But give me a second. I'm going to be breaking that down in full detail. And I'm probably going to have to put that out on Amazon because I know YouTube not going to allow that. But, yeah, I want to, before I go into what I know about it, because I can tell you right now, they've been coming after me. They've been trying to recruit me left and right. This is why you see all these slander campaigns going on. That's a part of their recruitment. And I told people this multiple times. Of course, they're not going to believe me, but I know for a fact because I'm in a totally different tax bracket. I know what's going on. When you're in a totally different tax bracket, you got some form of social influence. They want to recruit you. And by way of social media this time, instead of them jumping you in, like how the Crips and Bloods do it, maybe the GDs, the Vice Lords and stuff, shout out to the folks. But they do the same thing. All these secret societies do similar things. But this time around, since social media is so popular, what they do now is try to assassinate your character socially, okay, in hopes that you will raise a white flag. Now, if you notice, all of the people that came at me that had big names were all a part of some form of secret society, whether if it's Alpha Phi Alpha, Sigma Pi Phi, you name it, all some type of Greek fraternity, even sororities, for real, you know, females. Look, but once again, I'm gonna go into full detail about that. And I started naming names with James Brown, aka Judge Joe Brown. I started naming names to him to ask him who sent him, because he was one of the plants as well. In order to recruit me. Sister Bethy could attest to that. This is still up on her channel. He asked me 3 times during her live stream in a slick way too. And I keep turning him down. I'm not trying to be involved in those secret societies. I don't want that. But you know, once again, it's certain people that have no idea. They think they just, you know, in there to, you know, because it's a brotherhood and they keeping what they know is secret. It's nothing a secret. It's just sacred knowledge. Secret, sacred, secret, sacred. It's just sacred knowledge, guys. It's just something that they know that they don't want others to know. You know, mainly it's falling back into the skull and bones, but, you know, they borrowed some of that, you know, by way of Egypt. Shout out to Egypt. But some of that, a lot of that actually was indigenous to our land as well. I'm probably going to go into that soon. You know, that's why you saw certain similarities. Certain things was different. I know that's y'all first time hearing me say that, but that's why in one of my live streams, I was trying to show you an Indian that was in of color that actually looked like KP right now. For real, if you really think about it, if you go back to that live stream and pull that picture up, he looked like KP, and he was sitting so-called Indian style, and skull and bones was on the flag. I'm going to show you why that was. That was just an Easter egg of mine that I wanted to show you, that I'm going to be touching on that very shortly. I just don't want to give it out right now. I like to go in full detail with that. Some of it was good. Some of it was bad. Okay? I'll say it that way.
All right. Umi Rose says, they can believe that they can fake all these scripts, but can't fathom they will do the same to your true self. It's a reason they keep you looking one way, but dig your ancestors up behind your back. Yeah. Stranger says, Dane, your surname is Anglo-Saxon, for your info.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you could Google that and see that my surname is Anglo-Saxon, but that's Google telling you that. That's not what my parents say.
Yep. DH says, Dane, do you follow the belief in the ancient Ma Confederation?
I don't follow any belief.
Okay.
I don't base my stuff off beliefs. I work in the know.
Shout out to Pro Black American for the $6. Joshua Brown says, Dane, what are 3 reliable verified sources you vouch for when it comes to research so that I can do the same, brother?
National Archives, Library of Congress, and your grandparents.
Hey.
The Herbal Bee says, stop discrediting truth. Speak, Dane. 100. These people in the chat aren't listening to what you're saying. They just want to argue.
I know.
Sister Bethy again says, Pan-Africans are the only ones with no proof. KVN says, check Dane's YouTube page for the receipts. Y'all hating motherfuckers is slow than a turtle with no feet. Keep it up, Dane.
Slow.
Salute.
He put IJHTMYT. Dane is the GOAT. Sister Bethy says,
I'm the Thunderbird.
Hey. Sister Bethy says, Cootie Mayo can't touch Dane with a 10-foot pole.
I like Kurt Mayo though. I like Kurt Mayo. I know Kurt Mayo gonna get bad rap based off of his skin complexion. I like him though. I like him.
Oh yeah.
He's the only one that honestly, what I could say, he's the only one of his skin complexion that's talking the same way I am. So that deserves some type of credit. Okay, because if I'm getting backlash, so is he.
Right.
Don't forget that, guys. Especially that. That's key. So I'm not, my brother big me up, I big him up. I look at him as like a little brother anyway. But it is what it is.
We've got Hannibal Barca says, to call us indigenous folks, African American would be like calling a Korean, a Japanese, a Filipino, a Cambodian, or a Hawaiian.
And they would get pissed at that. that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can't mix up that. You can't do that. That's why I said we got to take charge of what we call ourselves.
Yeah.
Like I know certain so-called Latino cultures, you can't mess around and say, oh well, you can't make everybody a so-called Mexican. Can't do that. There's certain people that can't stand that. They'll come at your neck, literally.
All right, that's it.
It's time to put some respect on our name.
Nah, it was a couple more.
A shout out to my brothers and sisters in Central and South America. And shout out to my brothers and sisters everywhere. UK, matter of fact, yeah, everywhere. Canada, Hawaii, what up, Fijis? What's going on? We here. We here. If you know who you are right now, put bow and arrows in the chat. If you know who you are and you representing well, put bow and arrows in the chat.
Juice got it. Juice.
Yeah.
If I share it, I'm telling you, if I share this on my channel right now, you know it would flood, man. Listen.
Juice is in there. It just went up another 100.
Yeah, we've been seeing that today. A whole bunch of bow and arrows in the chat. I was like, wow.
We're gonna do it again.
Man, we've got 1,714 people watching right now. This is great.
Very good. Very good.
Sister Bethy again says, Killah Priest, thanks for letting us have fun. Joshua Brown says, Dane, what are three... Wait, didn't he just ask that?
I think you did. He probably thought... That probably didn't. He probably thought you was going to be able to get to that same question when he asked what are the three sources.
Yeah. Okay, so we got that one out the way. And let's see.
I don't trust Google or Wikipedia, guys, at all.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, everything that was on the internet just came about in the 1980s. And keep in mind, I told everybody, I informed them that they change the information every 10 years. So you have to be careful with what you're seeing or what you're reading. Like, for example, the book that I just suggested to you, Bridges and Boundaries, African Americans and American Jews, listen to that. African Americans, that original book was called Negro Americans and American Jews.
Wow.
Oh, the chat room is lighting up.
They wanted to be politically correct.
We got bow and arrows all over the place.
Man.
It's boned out.
And feathers.
Yeah.
Kenneth Miller says...
Feathers up high, baby.
Kenneth Miller says they can only talk thousands of years ago when it comes to Africa.
And barely, and look at where they get regurgitating that information from. Strangers. They don't know what they're talking about. A lot of people don't. They're just regurgitating other information versus them going out. Once again, that's no knock to anybody in general. Or specifically, I'm just speaking in general. I want you guys to focus on doing the information or research rather for yourself. Stop taking even my word. I don't want you to believe nothing I say. I always say that. I dare you to do your own research. I dare you. I dare you, and it won't ever fail. It's gonna come back violent. You gonna hit me up on Instagram, Twitter. Yo, Dane, you wouldn't believe I got the, and all I'm gonna do is sit back and smile, listen to it all, and I'm gonna tell you I told you so. I told you. What'd I say? Your ancestors were slaves? Say it again. I can't hear. Huh? Say it again. They were slaves? What'd I say? Now keep going. Now keep going. Well, Dane, how do we connect to our indigenous roots? By way of location. Just in case y'all gonna ask me that, by way of location. Where were they during the 1830s, 1840s? Keep in mind, the Indian Removal Act came in the 1830s. Where were they prior to that and after? Did they stay or did they go? Find out. The records exist. You don't gotta take nobody's word for it. You can find out. Brother, what's your name, brother? I'm sorry, it's been... I might as well get used to you. What's your name, brother?
Oh, I'm AD.
That was reading off the...
Yeah,
say it
AD.
again?
I'm the engineer of the show.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Engineer A Dizzle.
Yeah.
You a DJ?
Yeah, I'm a music producer and also a DJ. And then I've been working with...
DJ, like on
DJ.
12s?
No. I use Serato and Control Records. I'm more of a club DJ, you know what I mean? But Like I make music and stuff like that. All of that. No, I've got like a hip hop mixtape out and everything. But no, I'm more of a hip hop producer. I've been working with Priest since 2008. But I also do like videos, all kinds of production. I'm obsessed with production and all that. But and then Priest wanted to do a podcast, so we got together, and we're in my living room right now, and we just run this whole podcast, and it's blowing up.
Man, let me look, and I appreciate the Podcraft. I like that. I like that, bro. The Podcraft. I thought that was fire. Mm-hmm. I said, yeah. When I like that. That was unique. That was unique. I like that. Thanks, and so I mean, let me ask the chat. So what y'all think? I mean, I'm a hip hop fan, right? Mm-hmm. AD produce it. Mm-hmm. Me and Killah Priest kill it. Mm-hmm. What y'all think? What y'all think? On knowledge, though. Knowledge.
I'm just a student, so I'm just taking it all in.
You're on super point.
Yeah.
It's great. What do I think?
Nah, I was just asking the chat. Like, would they want that? Would they want the AD produced me and Killah Priest spitting?
Oh.
Yeah. We could do that. Absolutely.
And we get Dave Flores to do the video. That's the cartoon one you like.
Yeah, fire. We gotta talk about that.
Yeah.
I'm back now too. I'm back because I'm ready.
Yeah, it's on.
No, we do all kinds of collaborations on the show. So that would be great.
Going up. It's going super fast.
Absolutely. There's more super chats popping up in here.
They with it. They on. All right. Oh man, we got 16s apiece. Hey, do you got the beat?
I mean, I could make one. Do you know what I mean? I got old beats, but
get it going.
I would want to do something custom.
Man, look.
We got some more super chats. Should we get to these?
Yeah, go ahead.
Reggie's asking, KP, if you was Aboriginal, would you change your name to KP the Tea Chief of Turtle Island?
Hey, that's right.
Chris W. Go ahead.
His spiritual ancestors will come to him and give him his name.
Interesting. Chris W. Put a bunch of bow and arrows in the chat. Sister Bethy, all the wild Indians up in here. We still here.
We still here. We ain't go nowhere. They couldn't kill us off. They lied and said, look, just like how they lied. All right, let me not go too far, but they lied and said they said they put it some type of disease on a cloth and killed everybody off. But how come they ain't die? They were immune to it? With what technology?
Right.
Sister Bethy has a talk show, and she says,
I would love to bring Caramel back, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Caramel.
Yeah.
Caramel, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he would say curry mayo.
Yeah, caramel. Yeah, I would love to. Shout out to Vinny. Vinny had him on the phone, so we had talk. But he just didn't do well with the, back and forth. So we'll give him a spot just for him by himself. Word.
Sister Beth.
I know you can make that happen, Dane.
Yeah, I can contact him.
Mm-hmm.
Sister Bethy has a talk show, and she says, I want to interview you on my channel, Priest. Okay. So, Sister Bethy.
Oh, she can actually. Well, no, let me talk behind the scenes on that one.
Okay.
If you want to contact.
She can do a couple things, though.
If you want to contact Priest, email info@killahpriest.tv. Sister Bethy also says she wants to battle you freestyle.
Hey.
Uh-oh.
Let's go.
And Brave.
Now she kidding. Okay, that's how she do. She kidding right there. But she knows she can kick it though. Don't give it. She Connecticut. You know how they go. They very similar to New York.
Spit. Yeah, Connecticut. Connecticut. They can spit. Peace to Connecticut.
Bravehawk says, Dane, can we get your new song played?
Kambata.
Sure, not a problem. Hold on, what new song? Oh, yeah, I don't have no problem with that.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we can look it up online if you want. Just tell us what to play.
Go ahead. It's real quick. It's the second. If you go to my channel, it's the second to the last video. It says a short message for Black America. Black in quotes. I wouldn't mind that at all.
All right, let's see one
second. Man, KP, you good. Everything good on that too. Like as far as the channel.
Okay.
So I didn't even put one on there where it could, the ID marker, because I know people wanted to share that one, so I let that one go.
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
Nice. I'm going to share screen so that you can hear the audio from your end.
KP and DC.
Let's see here. I'm gonna show him also. He can see the chat. So I'm sharing and sharing.
And by the way, I am from DC.
Wow.
It's in my initial.
That's crazy. Everything adding up. Line up.
Oh, that's hot. How am I able to see this? That's hot. That just popped up on my upper screen.
Yep. Now I'm going to hit play, and they're gonna watch the video.
Hey, look. Ain't no chucking, no jiving, no ducking, no hiding, no telling on people that's under assignment. Those are them people that fucked up our climate, changing up everything so you can't find it. Let's focus our people to focus our people, cause most of our people lose hope for our people. We choking the fan by revoking my people. We selling the fan, not promoting my people. You woke up today, it be different tomorrow. Stop or to follow with Lee Leonardo. Police killing innocent like a state motto. How much more time we gon' take this to sorrow? How many times we go marching for peace? We still got black people that die in the streets. From your brothers or racist police. The wars, none us is them races he lead. Brother, wake up. Sister, wake up. This ain't nothing but shit they made up. Religion is here to manipulate minds. Only books slave masters gave us to read. Only books slave masters gave us to teach. Only books slave masters gave us to preach. Only books slave masters gave us some peace. What they have heaven here on earth. Wake up. Pick your cape up. Pick your face up. This is shake up. No time for makeup. Injustice is a white supremacy. You both affect the melanated people too much. I'ma keep raising my fist to the sky. I'ma keep raising my fist to the sky. This ain't for everybody. This is only for them conscious melanated people.
Nice.
Yo.
Fire. That is
Fire.
dope. Okay, you got a great MC voice.
You ever get the comparison to Pharoah Monch?
Hold on,
Just the
somebody
voice.
just told me that. Was it
It
you?
was me.
I
It was
think you
me.
just
It
did
was
that.
me. Yeah. It was me. Man,
I like Pharoah Monch.
Yeah, Pharoah Monch is great. Your vocals, your voice.
Yeah, it's my pitch.
Yeah, your pitch. That was dope. Yo, fire in the building. Yo, they lighting it up.
I appreciate that.
Fire.
Yeah, we're gonna work on something. Sons, yeah, we're gonna work on something, definitely. Yo, man, you dropping it. Yo, is are we good? I think I'm good. You got any more?
I gotta come back again. I didn't get a chance to.
Yeah, let you get ready to go.
Let me.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother. No, go ahead.
Nah, I'm gonna let you get, because I know you just coming back and you was dropping a lot of jewels, and we're in the building right now. So what I do, we do a little tea ceremony and stuff like that. So if you're drinking your water or whatever,
Yes,
but I'm gonna let you get back to your life. We can drink together, and then I go into a music session. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
If you finish building, you got anything else you want to say?
Nah.
Okay.
We good, KP. We good. Because when I come back, then, I mean, like I said, I still didn't get my presentation.
Right.
I definitely want to put that out.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can share a screen on your side too if you ever want to show something.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I was looking at that part right now. Now I see where you're saying that at.
Mm-hmm.
That was hot too. Is that OBS?
Yeah, I'm using Streamlabs.
Streamlabs, okay.
Mm-hmm.
AD is really on point. The technology, yo.
Thank you.
Super. Yeah, I heard you
I'm
say
a nerd too.
Yeah.
I'm a nerd too, AD.
Yeah.
Nice, man.
I heard you say you want to put something together. You might want to holler at AD. He can help you with some stuff.
Yeah, man.
So I got that for you.
Fire.
Man.
Word.
I appreciate the Podcraft. I appreciate even the haters. I appreciate all the love, because I look at that as love. Hate ain't nothing but love, just discombobulated. But
chat room.
You know, I appreciate this. You know, I appreciate you, KP, for inviting me.
Yo.
AD, what up?
What up?
You know what I mean?
Yes,
I
sir.
really do appreciate that. Shout out to LJ.
Yeah, Lord
Showing
Jamal.
me another real one.
Yeah, Lord Jamal, shout out. I saw him on a document on your thing too. That was dope.
Oh yeah, you know I had to look.
Shout out to
I
Vinny
had
too,
to, brother.
Yeah. What'd you
I
say?
wouldn't mind that. I mean, you look, the channel wide open, KP.
Okay. I know.
Anytime.
Yo, I'm definitely gonna come over there. Definitely gonna take that. Shout out to oh yeah, crazy. Oh man, shout out to LJ. Shout out to Vinny. He been talking about you too. You know what I'm
Shout
saying?
out to Vinny. I'm not familiar with him, but apparently he's familiar with me. And let me
Yeah.
shout out, because you mentioned him a couple of times.
Yeah.
Shout out to him, brother. I appreciate you, brother.
Yep. All right then. So we're gonna let you you know, step out the craft. You know what I'm saying? If you can stick around, if you want to stick around and hear the music, you could. But I know you just getting back.
You want to do the ceremony real quick?
Yeah, let's do the ceremony, tea ceremony.
I definitely want to do that.
And we kick it in chat. Yeah, we definitely got to do the tea ceremony. All right, this is the part where we saying it out. What you drinking, AD?
I got some sparkling water. I already had my coffee earlier.
Oh, yeah, no more coffee.
Yeah, I already drank it. I can't have too much.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, I'll be buzzing.
Okay, so whatever you drinking, whatever. AD, you can start.
Alkaline water.
All right, so chat. Oh, alkaline water is great. Shout out to the chat room. If you're home in front of your on the Podcraft, I'll let you say the blessings since you're the guest. If you're in front of you feel like saying it, or you want me to say it? You say
I
it.
can say it, but I'm not too sure. Like, is it like?
Yeah,
I would love to know.
Like a blessing, you know what I mean? Just
like
and
a
we're gonna
toast.
drink, yeah, like a toast. We're gonna
A toast, yeah.
Say a toast.
Well, I would definitely state, as far as affirmation concerned, this is to our people coming together to do great things, to be prosperous. Okay, continuous blessings, continuous positivity. Okay, and all in between, good health. Yeah, good wealth. I can say that too. And as a continuation, no interruptions.
Indeed. And we will drink.
Yeah.
Really good.
That's love.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Mine tastes like honey.
Oh, really?
Yeah, cook. This is cooking. I'm already tea drunk already. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so shout out to the whole craft room. The great Dane Callaway came through and blessed us,
appreciate that, brother.
Yo, I want to say peace to you. I'm going to let you go. Word. Anything? Yeah, Wado? Yeah, what do Wado mean?
Wado means thank you.
All right, okay. Wado. How you say welcome? Wado?
Same thing. You can say Wado.
All right, Wado, brother. Word.
Wado.
Yeah. We're going to do this again. This is one of many. And then I'm going to call you after this. Or text you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm right here.
All right, say no more. Hey,
all right.
Shout out to the whole craft room, man. Y'all came through. It was sick. You still there? Oh, okay.
He bounced.
Okay. Man, that was crazy. I told you the craft. I see I still got the bow and arrows in the place to be. Yo, that was crazy. Yo, that was great. That's what I'm talking about. Elevating the mind and stuff and getting everything going on. Wado to everybody that's in the craft room that's still up in here with us. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that was great. Yeah, that was a great build. How you feel, AD?
Good. I'm just taking it all in.
Yeah, man.
Every day learning.
That's what I'm talking about. Yo, every day you learn, every day you grow in either direction, like the tree. You know what I'm saying? In the beginning, I always talk on the tree. Because in the tree, you know, they try to blame everything on nature itself. If it wasn't nature that's doing it, they tell you in the beginning of the scriptures, nature did it. It was 2 trees. Then they go, okay, let's take it to the animals. Let's put a serpent on it. Whatever. Anyway, you know, because they always trying to blame shift. They don't take accountability. Take accountability of yourself. Take accountability. That's the only way you grow, when you take accountability. You got to look, I got to make a change. Got to do that. Michael Jackson said he got to make one. He stood in front of the mirror. You know what I'm saying? Looked at himself and said, I got to make that change. So we all got to stare in the mirror and make a change, and that way we'll grow. You know what I mean? AD, man. Yo, the camera section was good. You look into the mirror.
Gonna make a difference.
Exactly. Yeah, man, it's the best. Shout out to everybody that came through. We've been playing this some exclusive. We're gonna get to the chat room. I mean, we're gonna get to one of my favorite parts, the music. Yeah, let's get to the music. And we're gonna link that. We're gonna link that joint tonight, right? We're gonna let that on YouTube too. The song we played.
Oh.
Yeah, the song we played. It's called 13, and it's the 13th track. And it's me driving through the dark roads. Take your soul.
Driving through the darkness.
No, that's me, a priest on the dark roads.
Yeah. Word. Okay.
So what are we doing?
All right, so we're gonna get to the music.
All right. This is the part of the show where we have song promotions. We play tracks that were submitted to the show from up-and-coming artists and beat makers. They're not all up-and-coming, though. I gotta reword that. Some of them are already established. Here we go. This first one is from Jet Set Tsunami from Los Angeles. The track is called Double Up.
I teach you to make that.
Break it down.
I teach you to make that shit dope. That's 100. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. But you do not know me if you get in trouble. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. But you do not know me if you get in trouble. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. But you do not know me if you get in trouble. Teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. But you do not know me if you get in trouble. Give you the game, don't say nothing. I don't know you, we've had no discussions. Please assume that I know where to find you. Try my hand, Michael Myers behind you. Double up, triple up, save a rack. You a rat, Ayo cut, it's a rap. All the goons in the trap on attack. Hit the road, ain't no time to relax. Looking back, hesitating, get axed. Talking cheap, we make moves, that's a fact. All my stock on the cloud, never flat. My nickname CGB, can't go back. Picture me out here begging for scraps. You thought that, please get out, you too lax. Disrespect ain't at me, that can't pass. Broke too many counters, week before last. Dang. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. But you do not know me if you get in trouble. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. Yeah, I teach you to make that shit double. But you do not know me if you get in trouble. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. But you do not know me if you get in trouble. Teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. But you do not know me if you get in trouble. That's to Marine, grab an ounce of the gas. Hella haters and they all looking bad. Aiming for the jugular, better duck. Brothers killing brothers, that's not what's up. Then they hit the slog, they don't give a fuck. Slave on the kids, trying to split us up. Never switching sides, never switching up. Catching all the dollars raining, that's a must. Tell me in this present day, who can I trust? Piling up the safe, trying to make it stuff. Haters today, really passive aggressive. Here's my face, fuck the secretly flexing. Damn, you really got my ass on the pedestal. Calm it down, twist some smoke some medical. Caught you sizing up my spot, you need Jesus. Caught you on the other side, bitch, that's treason. Don't speak my name, you don't know me. Nah, not even Loki. Say you the best, can you show me? I'm raw on the fourth, I'm like Kobe. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. But you do not know me if you get in trouble. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. But you do not know me if you get in trouble. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. But you do not know me if you get in trouble. Teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. I teach you to make that shit double. But you do not know me if you get in trouble. Hey. Double up. Double up. Double up. Double up.
Tell me in this present day, who can I trust? Piling up the safe, trying to make it stuff.
Oh, joint.
Damn, you really got my ass on the pedestal. Coming down to some Jesus.
Yo, that was fire.
Yeah, I like that.
That was fire all across,
That was
man.
dope. I got no suggestions on that one. That was cool.
Yeah,
I would
dope.
listen to that.
It's a real song.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Told you to make that shit dope.
Yeah, it's dope all the way. The lyrics is dope. You know what I mean? The mixing, the mastering. I mean,
it was bouncy.
Yeah.
Wait, we got to introduce Rasul because there's people watching who don't know who Rasul is.
Introduce it to the stage. Rasul
Allah 7 from the Lost Children of Babylon from Philly, West Philly, born and raised. I like that.
Robbers and Killers.
I should put that right there.
Robbers and the Killers.
Ah, man. Sorry for last week, you guys. Yeah. Back in the house. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Moving on. Let's go. Coming up next now, we've got, what do we got? Watt's Son from North Las Vegas.
Nice.
Robert Watson.
This track
Anthony
is
Watson.
called The Possessions of Lex. from the Year of the Villain LP.
Monique Watson.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on, I gotta refresh.
Sound like me, Dr. Love.
I still got that song in my head. Okay, here we go.
F you, Bill Gates is crazy.
I wouldn't bet against me.
No.
About those files you stole from me.
Just made $1 billion in the William Westman Scott. Call me your villain, stacks to the ceiling. Why would I stop? My multi-million-dollar yacht, you get seasick or not. My wardrobe appreciates, I keep my closets locked. I keep my hands clean, and I keep my hands in stock. Real estate ventures, small businesses, city blocks. Personal interest, precious metals and cultured women. Versatile pimping, you fresh, we better, we Dobermans. With diamond collars, we off the chain. Italian wallets, access to madman. The shit that drop me a Wallace. Marcellus respected, multiple business investments. Private jets, we red eye, burning one in a Lexus. Call me obsessive, but my science team makes progress. Unprocessed kryptonite metropolis is godless. Note the aggression, they tripping on who the best is. When I can see the hero spitting that garbage.
I want you to understand something.
These are the possessions of black.
What you know about possessions, baby? I got possessions.
These are the possessions of black.
More possessions than you could ever wonder about, man. I had lunch with Megatron over spinach and gravy, baby, and it was delicious. And we killed all the Decepticons.
These are the possessions of black. Bugattis ain't even the shit that I like. Blue diamond shining, I keep my style up so niggas see I'm nice. Silk tie and bars on the mic, 10 dimes don't equal mine. Mercy Graves is like Delilah portrayed by New Bougie Right. Excuse he bougie right, did he lose you? He oozy like translucent, his movement is fluid, you work a 9 to 5. Like how can I describe how I fly and I'm about to fly? I'm a Luther Lex, Hiker Vandross just for the flight. Let's have a vigil and light a candle up for the mic. Workstation digital, touch screens for the last 9. You fuck with us, just scream deeper than last time. The listeners double, you in trouble, my legion past crime. Police that last rhyme, Lex Corp in the past rise. My business is money, smashing your hero is my pastime. Hear that, my pastime, money and science is my business. I got a super suit, X-Land Lang, she's my witness.
I want you to understand.
These are the possessions of Lex.
I got possessions. You understands me? Antimanium.
These are the possessions of Lex.
Covered in
What
gold.
reality he calls home. Luthor.
Sprinkled with diamonds.
These are the possessions of Lex.
You talking about possessions. Boy style.
Yo.
Galvatron, let's go.
My legion bring doom, Versace Lamborghini blue. Out rap brainy, I get cheated about that cat suit. Pin on my lapel, it's Vinny Eating, hard to tell. 2 women winning, wake up late and still close the deal. My vision so surreal, no supers, the Joker still think I'm crazy as fuck, cause I don't believe in overkill. Bizarro know the skill, Solomon Grundy told me chill. All that money you got, go find a beach and blow some meals. Told him I'm focused, opponents, weakness, exposure. Niggas say he from Kansas, nigga your grandma Kryptonian. So that's where you from. Don't like my style, then do something. Lexorian armor for the drama, new 52 run.
Yo, that was fire.
Yeah,
that was it.
That was dope.
That was real good. These are great submissions already.
Yeah. Linguini. Is this remind me of Camp Low a little bit. It's dope.
Yeah, I like it a lot. It was dope. Nothing to say, you know, we can't critique that.
I mean, I can't really think of anything. I mean, maybe I could say I would turn the bass up on the mix, but I mean, it wouldn't be necessarily, but it sounds dope the way it is. But you can always pick apart things if you wanted to. But that was just cool. I liked it.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. This next one is Scribe from Minnesota. The track is called The Gospel.
Yeah, I like it.
It's mixed right. Sounds cool.
Maybe the vocals could have been turned up a little bit. But
okay.
It was good. It was good. I'm not judging it at all.
Yeah.
That was dope.
That's cool.
Ooh.
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Just my knee. Stretching it. Yeah.
Nice. All right, these are great submissions today. All right, this next one is none other than Voltage Controller.
Oh, shoot.
Hold on, I gotta pull it up from right here. Boom. All right. Hold on. And here we go.
Get Gandalf, the wizard.
And he still owe me another beat, yo. I want this one. Yeah. Yo, that's like dark.
The dark, that sound like you inside of walking through like
Clack, clack, rock.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, he treat that FP like a like some type of device. He just that's how you run the Rocky, yo. Like knobs on a spaceship.
kiss the ring. That's kind of how it is.
Very abstract. You would need an abstract rapper on that.
Ghetto Gandalf, the wizard.
This is Los Angeles.
Oh snap! Just went back into the galaxy.
Volta's getting really psychedelic.
I love it.
Getting real
Yeah,
psychedelic with his
that's it.
beats. It's interesting. It's abstract.
I love it.
Yeah,
Very
it's
different.
growth. I like everything he does. I mean, you know, I like everything he does. Shout out to Voltage Controller. We got some stuff we working on.
Nice. All right, this last one is none other than
Zodiac.
See, you already know.
Mm-hmm.
I always put.
We got the video coming soon too.
Oh, nice.
That's the grand finale.
Shout out to Ka. You lose my mind.
All right, and this track is called $5 Indian. Here we go.
A great number of years ago, there appeared among us a man who came down from the sun.
Along the Mississippi River,
Oh,
6
this is,
miles from present-day St. Louis,
Ka Zodiac.
Missouri, there stood a city that once dominated the heart of the continent. At its center was a
Listen up.
powerful leader.
Y'all don't understand. This land that you stand on, that you think is America, this is actually Africa. The dear Mississippi that you love, that you know of, that's the Nile River. This is our land. You are Aboriginal Indigenous American. You are a Moorish American. So where is their green card? Where is their green card? Huh? Huh? They need weapons. We don't need no weapons. Huh? Huh? Stop calling us black. We're not African American. We Moorish American. Africans or indigenous?
Our destiny is tied up in the destiny of America. Before the Pilgrim Fathers landed at Plymouth, we were here. Before Jefferson etched across the pages of history the majestic words of the Declaration of Independence, we were here.
Americans have no idea that ancient cities with advanced architectures once dotted the ancient North American landscape.
If you look at some of the reservations that you've approved, you, sir, in your great wisdom have approved, I will tell you right now, they don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like the Indians. Now, maybe we say politically correct or not politically correct. They don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like Indians to Indians, and a lot of people are laughing at it.
$5 Indian, $5 Indian. You wanna race my face into oblivion. You look salty, come taste this brown cinnamon. Copper skin, true definition of American. $5 Indian, $5 Indian. You wanna race my face into oblivion. You look salty, come taste this brown cinnamon. Voices in the sky don't die, they say we live again. 1828 definition of American. Copper skin native found here by those settling. Well, that's interesting, not applied to Europeans. That's just visit and vision it. I yearn for freedom, heard the beacon. Your policeman, slave patrol, urban fiefdom. So undisciplined, we don't deserve this treatment. Illuminati candle that isn't burning even. What is this world believing? House of made of cars that's dipped in gasoline in the clouds in the fog. I found the facade, give the crowns to the gods. My ghost dance is too loud for the garage. Bones in the basement of my home that is ancient. National treasure, lot to ever isn't ever, whatever. They can never, the deception isn't clever. They didn't know the last 3 blows to the head with hammer sledge. Granted us a pledge to still our life, still our rights, and told us to go left, lighting candles for the dead. Mason paper genocide left us in the ledger. But when you first landed on the shores, you couldn't stand the weather. Here's a new edition, True Religion magazine. Editor, reload the bullet, solar booklet, balance beam, odd scales tipped to the side with one wing up, like Lamborghini doors on the ride. Now come and drink up. Historic juices store produces more solutions. Call us human, like 3/5 of a man with no nation. No divine creed, take heed. I'm so awakened. My soul's adjacent to forgotten tribes, waiting for Allah. I'm salvation. Sip this conscious libation. $5 Indian, $5 Indian. You wanna race my face into oblivion. You look salty, come taste this brown cinnamon. Copper skin, true definition of American. $5 Indian, $5 Indian. You wanna race my face into oblivion. You look salty, come taste this brown cinnamon. Voices in the sky don't die, they say we live again. Moors to Indians and Indians to Negro. Negro to black, but it's all the same people. Different day, different prey, it's all the same eagle. African American, Messi, Jesse Jackson, 5 civilized tribes for these lost souls wandering, waiting at the crossroads. For my thought train, on the line to get your name upon the doors, roll for $5 and no native blood at all, yo. A pale colonist can pay to get in also. Listed as an Indian, benefits to pass as heirs, land, a false identity to claim what isn't really theirs. Marching to the beat of our drum with no rhythm, and they don't even see it's the sun in the solar system. Synthetic feather rocking, this is forever shocking. Like who the hell you mocking? While using spells you robbing us of our estate. I feel something that's innate, said they covet our place. Said we come from outer space to claim and change the names of what's under our face. Tell me how'd it happen? Stole your identity and sold it for the price of some dollar store napkins to serious. I know it though, I got them all laughing. I got them Moorish passion, now in explorer fashion. They have no more compassion, wisdom's in demand. Many homeless have no home, cause you're living on their land. Sleeping in their bed, walking through our house like you own it. Got the nerve to want to get us out still. Can't deport us to a land we don't originate. But we ain't citizens of your plan, yeah we participate. That's the hidden fate, devilish screams of a twisted nightmare called the American dream. They claim it exists, they lied, I don't see it well. I guess you gotta be asleep to believe it. $5 Indian, $5 Indian. You won't erase my face into oblivion. You look salty, come taste this brown cinnamon. Copper skin, true definition of American. $5 Indian, $5 Indian. You won't erase my face into oblivion. You look salty, come taste this brown cinnamon. Voices in the sky don't die, they said we live again.
Indigenous people of this land. The Chinese came in, mixed in with them, and constituted what you're calling Native Americans today or Indians. And the Caucasians gave them all our rights. Now they walk around there Cherokee, Choctaw, Shinnecock, Cheyenne, and we're walking around there African. They don't look like Indians to me, sir.
1896, when a lot of the whites found out the benefits that these blacks are going to be entitled to, a lot of whites went to the Dawes Commission and said, look, why don't you put my name on there? They said, but you're not an Indian, so that's the way they said, well, I'll give you $5. So the rules got around, the policy got around that for $5, that a white could put his name on the Dawes roll and be called himself an Indian and be entitled to all these benefits, and all their children could be entitled to all these benefits forever. And so that became known as what's called a $5 hit.
We gotta have Kyle on the show.
$5
You know, get him.
In the history of the world, the deaths of
Great Kyle
100
Zodiac.
million indigenous people in the, quote, American Holocaust, some from disease, but also vast numbers from a deliberate policy aimed at wiping out the race that mainstream history books continue to pretend.
Vanish with one smile, genetic map with 12 rooms. Bliss with the best style, I live in the X-Files. Unlimited fresh vows of this lyrical West now. Mississippi, Amazon, in the city, Grand Madon, suburban, Lemurian, living tetragrammaton, 7 on the Grand Quran, gift with the best towel, true Indian misnomer, too witty, the rest bow to my mystical brush route. I be seeing star codes written in textile, pumping sacred dust, buds of Caribbean, head cloud, Nagasaki, sipping serpent's venom, feeling my inertia, spitting kundalini, the human genie. Knew couldn't you me, pee me, faulty science, lost in guidance, God makes being human easy. Your future genie, wise of money like a new zucchini. I'm the living proof of 3D.
Hey.
That was Ka Zodiac, $5 Indian. Be sure to follow Ka Zodiac on YouTube.
It was great.
Yeah, man. 1,000 mics for Ka Zodiac.
Everything about that was dope.
Yeah, man. We just don't have nothing to say anything tonight. This stuff is awesome.
Great submissions tonight.
Yeah, everybody was on point.
Yeah.
I want to, always. Yeah, he always fire. I want to shout out the great Dane Callaway once again for coming through the Podcraft, taking control of the Podcraft, guiding us all through the galaxies. You know what I mean? AD had to move to a side, let him control the Rockets, but AD just had to still had the knobs. You know what I'm saying? That was a great build. Many more to come. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kambata. Shout out to Minister Inky. You know what I'm saying? We in a Cats is gonna come on come on Wednesday. Gonna do our thing. Shout out to everybody out there. Oh yeah, definitely gotta end with that, right?
Yeah. Hey man, I want to give a shout out to Dane Callaway as well, man. I'm familiar with some of the information he was talking about. You know what I'm saying? And not only that, I'm friends with the chief of the Yamasee tribe of natives out there in South Carolina. And I got a chance to actually meet him and go on the land and spend the night on the land, spend 2 nights on the land. We was there. Yeah. But I'm gonna keep it real with you. I wanna let's see if we can get an interview with the Chief Siku Hidden Eagle. Have him come on after these brothers.
What? Go get him.
Yeah, I've already emailed. I already to hit him up.
Word. Yeah, hell yeah.
So he can elaborate even more on what they was talking about. So
that was dope.
Yeah.
All right.
And if you guys want to submit your tracks for the next song promo segment, go to killerpriest.tv/song promo. Link is in the description, along with links to Priest's info, Rasul's info, and Dane Callaway.
All right, y'all. Yo, AD, it was great. Yo, you're gonna give him the treat. Anyway, yo, thank y'all for all. I mean, horoscope coming soon. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat room. Yo, moderators, well, architects and oracles did a great job tonight. We got more to come, man. We just starting off and everything's rising. Y'all keep on subscribing. Thank you. And spread the word. Let them know that the Podcraft is taking off. And as we keep rising, we all rise together. And like we said, we're gonna do this together and help us get the messages out. One love.
Yeah. See y'all Wednesday.
Grandmother's land.
By the White Lake in grandmother's land lived about 8 clans. In the midst of the tribes and the wives and children stood a very brave man. His look disturbed as he came into the chief tents for the 3rd time. Drenched, convinced that little waters exist. For the 3rd time, he was with us during a vision ceremony. We haven't seen him since. Agitated, he started punching his own hand with his fist. The chief said, "Tall bear, you're losing your wits. You must get a grip. The ant people want your attention, and you must resist." There was no little waters with us at the fire pit, but chief, he did exist. I'm not sick, he's the one we shared our peace pipe with. He spoke wonderful and righteous, discipline, enlightenment. Do you remember during the ceremony, we took the trumpet plant to see in advance. Our visions did enhance, and you warned us of the ants before we slipped into a trance. Little waters, and you over there, you put an eagle feather in his hand. I know, because during the ceremony I glanced. You said you felt the power of the yak and the elk. Little waters played the drums to bring back your health. The chief said, "Please, tall bear, relax yourself. Maybe we should bring in some tribes women and ask them for help." So as the night stormed, tall bear went on and on how they spoke on upper plains and other life forms, and how little waters captured the bison. You visit their boyhood, the joys of the white owl in the oak woods, the spirit journey to the snow wolves. Did the horse dance, sing a rain song? I came and gone, this is no good. Chief said, "Tall bear, I knew and spoke to you for many years. I wish your grandfather was still here, but this case is so rare. People and memories just don't disappear. I have no idea, but please have a seat right here. Maybe you're going crazy. Have you had sleep lately?" Then he called for the tribes and the medicine ladies. They arrived with great urgency. "What's the emergency?" Chief said, "Tall bear needs your care." They all looked confused. They all asked, "Who?" Chief said, "Ask him yourself." They looked around the room and said, "Chief, who are you talking to?" The chief said, "Tall bear, he's sitting right there." They asked, "Where?" "There's no one else here except us and you." The chief eyes stunned with terror and fear. His face just flared. Moments go by as they all just stare. Hours later, the children walk in the TV from behind their backs, then look around the circle, then ask, "What are y'all staring at?" The spider lady turned and said, "The chief is very sick and hallucinating." The children said, "What chief? From outside, y'all sound like y'all was talking to the ancient." For years, it was only us, near the tree called Wounded Knee. Above the hills, where the Sioux and the big waters run free. By the White Lake, the night draped in silence over undiscovered landscapes. Daybreak, pine mountains, drink from the many puddles that the rain makes. Bushes of trumpet flowers, wild grapes, marsh showers, and grass snakes. As the sun bakes the empty space near White Lake and Wounded Knee, the birds fly from the tree, cause every now and then that place shakes. The ground trembles. Just in that spot, on the right night, you can feel a mild earthquake. In grandmother's land. In grandmother's land. In the grandmother's land. The time first began. Who was there? Tall bear, little waters, the chief, or was it incomplete? Were the 3 really there? Or the medicine ladies? In grandmother's land, grandmother's land, grandmother's land, grandmother's land, grandmother's land. Grandmother's land, wine time.
In grandmother's land, in grandmother's land, were they ever there? the tall bear, the chief in Little Water, and grandmother's land, were they ever there? The tall bear, the chief in Little Waters, and grandmother's land, we walked the burning sand.